into the mountain.
And the peanuts get a half a conversation again and don't know what we're talking about.
Why is that?
Because we're live.
Hello. Oh, they can see us. They can hear us, but can't see us. Oh no, they can see us now.
No, they should be able to see and hear.
Can they see us?
Spooky did a. Did you? Whoop. Don't.
Hello, who's not muted the YouTube stream?
I'll give you one guess.
You.
Yeah. Spooky's going, happy Platinum Jubilee. Terry can get nodded. Oh, I mean knighted. Okay.
Knighted.
Righto, Spook.
Sir Terry of... What's the silly bloody place name you live in?
Wollongong.
Sir Terry of Wollongong. Or is it just Sir not appearing in his film? Hello. Somebody's thumping a clue out, I suspect.
Yep.
It's on its way.
Eyes down, thumping on the keyboard.
K something P.
No, it's not how you spell Terry, and it'd be Sir Terry Pratchett. Not enough letters.
Kate Perry, that singer-scientist.
Is she a scientist?
I don't know.
Is she a singer? Jury's probably still out on that one. It's Kevin and Perry.
Is it me or is Paul crooked?
I'm leaning over, looking at my monitor.
No, the TV, the whole room seems to be leaning.
Oh well, it depends. Yeah, it depends on how you actually.
Camera's on the piss. Something's on the piss.
I know. I was leaning that way, going, like, which way am I supposed to be looking? It's just perspective is a bit screwy on an angle when you're looking at something like that in a room.
Have you got a list? Yes, 10 degrees to starboard.
I was waiting for the sound for the enter key. Did you hear it? Okay.
Today's scientist was.
Oh, you can read it out if you want.
Today's scientist was a philosopher. We'll start again, shall we?
Rewind.
Today's scientist was a philosopher that changed the way we think about science. Instead of thinking theories are verified by verification, he said they could only be falsified. KP. Four-letter surname, full name beginning with K.
Well, Clive and Spook had thrown the same one out.
And they got it right off the bat. Well done.
Google. It's a wonderful thing. Maybe.
Well, they Google philosopher.
One didn't come out with Bruce.
Well, I don't think so. I think most good scientists would know that about Karl Popper.
Look, I've got too much other useless crap stored in here. I can't remember stuff like that.
Like tank information.
Yeah. You got it.
That might be useful tonight, farmers.
Tell you what, I'll try and do it all without going to anything behind me. Let me just have a quick read.
I'm sure you'll do well. It's a 30-question quiz.
Right.
And it's multiple choice, but you've only got A, B, and C.
All of the above.
Expecting you to get 100%, farmer's boy.
Oh, the pressure's on.
Yeah, no pressure.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Yeah. Well, as long as you stick to German World War II, then I can guarantee 100%. But it's when it starts straying into like the interwar years or modern stuff built sort of in the Far East and stuff like that. I mean, yeah.
you do know what the second most common breakdown of Ethiopian tanks was, right?
Got a funny feeling the Ethiopians use ex-Russian stuff from memory, but I might be wrong. That's probably the T-55. Because I'm sure they're still in use in some certain countries. Because hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like the Americans and their B-52 bombers. I think the newest one that they're using, or the newest airframe, I think was probably built in the 70s. They just keep upgrading them and repairing them and putting better engines on, but the basic airframe's still the same. You know, some of those things are about as old as I am.
Now,
Because hey, it still works.
I did have this for Alan tonight, but Alan's AWOL.
Yes.
And this was done by Plain Truth. And we all know who that is.
Yeah. Mr. I don't know how to use a camera.
Yep.
Mr. I generally go out and shoot in the worst possible conditions.
Well, he's the best at doing that.
Well, the best at being the worst. Well,
Yes.
I suppose so. If that's your claim to fame, they wear the badge for pride. Yeah.
Yep. Now, we could have Alan here explaining all the artifacts and how things get changed when you screw around with images, but I couldn't wait till.
But instead, he's decided to go off and celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee again, because that's what he was doing last night.
So he's already screwing around with stuff already. What did he put up then? He put one of them up. I didn't see it quick enough. Whoa! Jeez. I don't know why they think they can to do this and then do what? What are they claiming? Like once they do that, they go, "Oh, look at all this. What's all this stuff?"
Doesn't look normal.
Yeah.
You can do this with any image. Oh, but it happens to be the moon, so yeah.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing they use when they're trying to debunk moon landing photos, don't they? Because you know they're not looking at the originals or even sort of digitized version of the originals. They're looking at things that have been sort of turned into JPEGs and horribly compressed. Then they fiddle around with the settings and go, "Oh, look, what's this? That clearly shows it's fake." No, it clearly shows you're just buggering about with a compressed JPEG image.
Wasn't the original one with the moon where you could see the stars through it, they claimed?
Yeah, you can't see stars through the moon. Yeah, I mean, and unfortunately, they also go and debunk photos that have already either been proven to be fake or somebody's actually said, "Well, yeah, actually, this is a composite."
Yeah.
That's why you can see that square bit around the Earth, because that wasn't in the original photo. Somebody's added it, you know. They really are experts at shooting themselves in the foot.
Death Star.
Yeah, that's no
Space
moon.
lasers.
Was
Yeah,
it
that's no
JM
moon.
Truth that proved that a picture was an artist's impression?
Oh, that's right. Yes, yeah, and a picture that was actually labelled as an artist's impression, and he debunked it, saying, "Well, clearly it's CGI." Well, yes, it's an artist's impression.
And then I always go back to all the images of the Earth when the one that says that actually states, "Oh, this has been composite and everything," and then they go, "No, it's all CGI." Well, they admit
That's right.
they admit
what's his name? Rob Simmons. Because at the time, to get an image of the Earth like that, they had to composite it together from lots of other photos, because we didn't have the satellite that's now out there and can take that photo in one shot. That satellite hadn't been launched. We hadn't got anything far enough out to be able to do that. So he said, yes, he had to take lots of images and put them together because that's all they had, you know. And they call that the blue marble, and it's not the blue marble, because of course the blue marble was taken in 1972 on the camera that used film. Oh no, that's CGI. Oh really? Taken with a Hasselblad camera that had a film magazine in it. like they had digital cameras back then.
Hey, they were complaining about the naming of craters on the moon over at Geo's the other day.
Oh, I
You
know.
know which crater they were complaining about?
Uh, oh God, not Aristarchus.
No. A crater
Um,
called Boguslawski, because it starts with the word bogus.
Bogus. So it must be bogus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That really is busy shooting those lasers out, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, they mentioned also the ones to the right of it shooting past, the bluey coloured ones. They shoot past it. They said, "Oh wow, look at those ones shooting past on the right hand side." Because I was over on one of the, it must have been on Geo's, when Travis came in with it all and said, "Oh look, here's my video," and he posted it, and people were watching it. And I thought straight away, oh no, here we go.
Yeah.
There it goes. It just shot through the right hand side. They all went, wow.
It's just noise on the sensor.
And I'm just shaking my head.
I mean, he seems to have completely ignored the fact that what he has got there is an example of Earthshine.
Oh, with the part of the moon still half lit.
That's it. Yeah, you can see the crescent, but you can still see the outline of the rest of the moon, and that's only because of Earthshine.
Oh, if he'd have got artifacts in that area there, he probably would have went it down a different road.
Yeah.
I mean, you do see a couple, but
I mean, you see this sort of thing and related things on photos they take on the ISS, because some of their cameras have been up there quite some time, and they've got faults in their sensors, and you can see the odd little pixel here and there. You know, you get these little hot pixels and things, because obviously their kit isn't constantly renewed. It's like they don't bring up an entire new set of cameras every 6 months. These things don't last forever. No truth nerds, you can't summon Pete here.
yeah,
Sorry.
I was just going to say that. Trying to summon Pete.
Show your face. Show your fucking face. Ah, that's above, so below. The tree of life, etc., etc.
They've really got a thing about this personal dome, haven't they, these flat earthers?
Yeah, it's wow. It makes about as much sense as everything else they come out with. I.e.,
zero.
none at all. Yes, none at all. Then again, I suppose that if you're insistent that everything connected with space is fake, then why not have an invisible personal dome that nobody can see, touch, verify? I mean, you know, why not? I mean, you're just making shit up, so.
Yeah, well, someone over at Geo's tried to explain something as a reflection off his personal dome. So now this imaginary thing actually reflects things.
Oh dear.
Oh, that was the other one. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Well, yes, maybe when Alan is around. Presumably
we'll definitely get a explanation of it off Alan.
Yeah. That looks like The Great Escape.
You are correct. Yes.
Oh, we're doing a quiz now for what movies you played.
I just recognise the huts that they're in, you know.
Yeah.
I went down a bit of a rabbit hole earlier on. I think somebody over in MC Toons Discord had posted, because it's the Queen's Jubilee and everything over here. They'd posted a link to the theme tune to Battle of Britain, which I just happened to watch a little bit of yesterday. So I clicked on that, and then that was it. I was off down the YouTube rabbit hole. I mean, there was, it all of a sudden it was just endless sort of classic war film theme tunes. So Battle of Britain, Dam Busters, The Great Escape, Where Eagles Dare, Broadsword, Calling Danny Boy. Oh, that was it. I mean, I must have spent about an hour doing that. I was actually trying to do some work, but no, didn't happen. Oh dear. I guess it's not surprising. We got, I think the TV all weekend has got lots of films like that on, because it's all sorts of patriotic and Queen's Jubilee and blah blah blah. They did put on a good air show the other day.
Wally's DMing me something again.
Where's Wally?
Wally,
He's over there.
what are you doing over there, Wally?
I don't know. What's he doing over here?
As long as he keeps winding up the next level crew, then he's a good man.
He's in Discord now.
Oh, so he is.
Come in and join us, Wally.
Where are I know he sends me things all the time, and I'm just trying to get. What have we got here?
Oh, it's another Blue Origin launch. I did see something about that. Hamish Harding, the One More Orbit pilot.
Sound.
Oh, is he going up into space? Lucky bastard.
If Lindsay goes on holiday, I don't think Lindsay will go on holiday.
They won't let him out of the unit, will they?
No. Simple patterns, and I'll just open them up in a tab for now. Where's the other one? That one. I don't know who these people are. Oh, that's the expert short comedy sketch. I don't know if I was able to play that or not.
Oh, yes, I think I've seen some of them.
And what's this image? And this one's an image. Oh, it's too big.
Oh, got 633 Squadron later.
Smaller. This is Hamish Harding of One More Orbit fame taking a ride on Blue Origin tonight.
He noticed the guy's name. Evan, or is it Even? Even Dick. Oh dear, why does that make me chuckle?
I'll show the peanuts what I'm looking at.
Hi, my name's Dick.
I'm not going to try to pronounce her last name. Katia.
Ikazaretta?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ikazu. Yeah.
Yeah, Ikazaretta.
Her.
Katya. Yeah, good old Katya.
Victor. Is it Cornea? Yes. I can't read it. The writing's too small.
Oh, come on. Somebody's got to do the joke when they're up there. They've got two Victors. It's got to be done.
Oh, it has to be done. That has to be done.
What's that, Victor?
Well,
Oh, it's got to be done.
As long as there's no two Rogers. No, it would get confusing.
Yeah, the expert videos, if they're the ones I'm thinking about, they're quite good.
It's got a. Yeah, I'm not sure about playing videos. I don't want to get strikes.
Irish Stew, if that is the case, then hats off to whoever composed it. You know, doing a theme tune to 633 Squadron in 633 time. I mean, that's just, come on. Is there 633 time?
I'll play a little bit of that one, but I won't be able to play too much of it.
Hmm. Oh yeah, these are good.
These are good. Oh yeah.
They're not red. Well, he's the expert. Oh no.
But I'm quite sure that the
I
target
have
audience
sat in
of your
meetings
project
just like
doesn't
this.
consist solely of such people.
Peanuts
So in
just
principle,
missed out
this
on
is
all of it.
I'll
Well,
simplify.
they didn't hear any of that.
A line as
Oh,
such
well,
can be
never
drawn
mind.
with absolutely any ink, but if you want to get a red line, you need to use red ink.
What if we draw them with blue ink?
It still won't work. If you use blue ink, you'll get blue lines. And what exactly did you mean when you talked about the transparent ink?
How to better explain? I'm sure you know what transparent means
Yes, I do.
and what a red line means. I hope I don't need to explain to you.
Of course not.
Well, you need to draw a red line with transparent ink.
Could you describe what you imagine the end result?
Yeah, I've sat in meetings like
We
this.
got here, kindergarten.
No, I'm just trying to get
Let's not waste our time with these unproductive quarrels. The task has been set, the task is plain and clear. Now, if you have any specific questions, then go ahead.
You're the expert here.
All right, let's leave aside the color for the moment. You had something there also relating to perpendicularity.
7 lines, all strictly perpendicular.
To what?
So what?
To what?
Everything amongst themselves. I assumed you know what perpendicular lines are like.
Of course he does. He's an expert.
She's a flat earther, isn't
Two
she?
lines can be perpendicular.
have
All
to be.
7 can't be simultaneously perpendicular to each other. I'll show you. This is a line, right?
Yes.
And another, is it perpendicular to the first line?
Well,
Yes, it is perpendicular.
exactly.
Wait, I'm not done. And a third one, is it perpendicular to the first line? Yes, it is. But it doesn't cross the second line. They're both parallel. Not perpendicular.
Suppose so.
There it is. Two lines can be perpendicular.
Can I have the pen?
I've been the poor guy in a blue shirt way too many times.
Yes.
How about this?
It's a shame we couldn't see what they did.
This is a
You're just
triangle.
waiting somebody to go, ha ha,
It's
April Fool.
definitely not perpendicular lines. And there are 3, not 7.
Why are they blue?
Indeed, I wanted to ask that myself.
I have a blue pen with me. This was just a demonstration.
That's the problem. Your lines are blue. Draw them with red ink.
It won't solve the problem.
Well, how do you know before you've tried? Let's draw them with red ink.
I don't have a red pen with me, but I'm completely certain that with red ink, the result will still be the same.
Didn't you tell us earlier that you could only draw red lines with red ink? In fact, yes, I've written that down here. And now you want to draw them with blue ink. Do you want us to call these red lines?
I think I understand. You're not talking about the colour now, right? You're talking about that what do you call it?
Perpendicularity, yes!
That's it. Now you've confused everyone. So what exactly is stopping us from doing this?
Red
Geometry.
pen?
Just ignore it.
We have a task. 7 red lines. It's not 20, it's just 7. Anderson, I understand you're a specialist of a narrow field. You don't see the overall picture. But surely it's not a difficult task to draw some 7 lines.
Exactly. Suggest a solution. Now, any fool can criticize. No offense. But you're an expert. You should know better.
Okay. Let me draw you 2 perfectly perpendicular red lines.
Okay, John
and I will
out-
draw
John-
the rest
John out there's
with
trying to be confusing.
transparent ink. They'll be invisible, but I'll draw them.
Would this suit us? Yes, this will suit us. Yes, but at least a couple with green ink. Oh, and I have another question, if I may. Can you draw one of the lines in the form of a kitten?
What?
In the form of a kitten? Market research tells us our users like cute animals. It would be really great if we could
No.
But why?
Look, I can of course draw you a cat. I'm no artist, but I can give it a try, but it won't be a line anymore, it'll be a cat. A line and a cat, these are 2 different things.
A kitten. Not a cat, but a kitten. They're little, cute, cuddly. Cats, on the other hand,
It won't make a difference.
Anderson, at least hear her out. She hasn't even finished speaking and you're already saying no.
I got the idea, but it's impossible to draw a line in the form of a cat. Done.
What about a bird?
Just like talking
So,
to
where do we
Kimo.
stop? What are we doing?
7 red lines, 2 with red ink, 2 with green ink, and the rest with transparent. Did I understand correctly?
Yes.
Excellent. In which case, that's everything, right?
Oh, I almost forgot. We also have a red balloon. Do you know if you could inflate it?
What do I have to do with balloons?
It's red.
Anderson, can you or can you not do this? A simple question.
As such, I can, of course, but...
Excellent. Organise a business trip. We'll cover the expenses, go over to their location, inflate the balloon. Well, this is very productive. Thank you all.
I'm getting flashbacks.
Hell, me too.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask you one more question, please? When you inflate the balloon, could you do it in the form of a kitten?
Of course I can. I can do anything. I can do absolutely anything. I'm an expert.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Now these days we just do it in this format, in Team Meets us, or in Microsoft Team or Amazon Chime, but those meetings do still happen. It's just a simple request. Why can't you do it?
Well, you can be the expert then, Palmer.
Yeah, can he break the laws of physics?
I want a tank that
Yeah,
looks
mate.
like a bicycle.
I can give you a bicycle that looks like a tank. If you Google it, you'll find some. I don't know, a tank that looks like a bicycle. That's tricky. Yeah. No, I'm sure Blue's the same. We have sat in meetings that have been very similar to that, where you just get asked to do the impossible, and they see no problem in asking that. You know, generally they'll ask you something and something else, and the two contradict. And well, why can't you just do it? And you just sort of sit there and go, "Oh God, please, somebody beam me up." And it's their little earnest faces, and they can't see the problem in what they're asking of you.
Well, you're sitting there with a prospective client on the other side of the table, so you're really not at liberty to say what you really want to say.
Yes. God, yeah.
That's what I love about the internet and flat earthers.
It's what I like about doing meetings like this, because you can just mute yourself and turn the camera off, and at which point you just go, and yeah, of course, yeah. Hang on, just unmute and put the camera back. Oh, yeah. Then you turn it off and go,
hi guys. That's a pretty.
But you've got to make sure you've turned the camera off before you do that. Oh dear, because you sat in the meeting room. Yeah, when you're actually physically in the meeting room with these idiots, and you do have to be on your best behaviour. But doing it like this, you can just accidentally turn everything off and go, ah! It has its advantages.
Yeah, I just had that experience at Geo's a little while ago.
Were you talking to the expert?
But Blue, why can't you take the output from one turbine and feed it into the next turbine? Well, you can. It won't fucking do anything, but yeah.
Oh dear, putting the turbine in your mains water supply to your house. Yeah, thought that one through, didn't you?
And the guy literally said a lot of the things you just heard in that video. I can't see why it won't work. Well, there's the problem.
Yeah.
Guess what? If it was that easy, we'd already be doing it. There's a reason why we're not doing it. It's because it doesn't bloody work. Oh dear. But they're not red lines. No, it's because it's a blue pen.
Not Truth Nerd said we had one manager suggest that we reduce development time by writing a program that writes another program with AI.
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Peter principle works, and no organization is immune from it or to it.
Yes, Dora, not a bad idea that. Although, to be honest, a lot of these meetings, people just don't bother switching the camera on. But I kind of think if you're trying to hold, face-to-face meetings, it's just polite to put the camera on.
Yeah, but you could put yourself in a loop and just turn your mic off.
Yeah, I guess.
They think you're just sitting there listening. Oh, John said, damn, I was hoping I had missed magnetic black hole vortex thingy guy.
No, John, we've been waiting for you.
And guess
we
what?
thought, we can't put him on yet. John's not ready,
And look at the title of this one. Where's me soundbite when I need it?
Yeah. Oh no, my mug of tea is no longer a mug of tea. Oh, I must go rectify it.
Yeah, I think mine might need renewing too.
How long? Oh, this is only a short one. 14.5 minutes. Oh.
But what's that calculate to Lindsay speed?
I don't know. A bit less.
I reckon somebody knows how to do the math at 1.25 speed with the calculation of the minutes. Don't ask me.
Hang on. Should be just under 11.5 minutes.
You guessed that.
No, I've got a calculator.
Oh, you got a calculator.
But yeah, I suppose if you're losing sort of about a quarter. You're losing a quarter, aren't you? So a quarter of 14 is 3.5.
Mm. What do we do now?
This is where we tear the band-aid off. Press play, please,
okay.
Terry.
Here it goes.
Ow.
This video is about gravity. What is gravity? It's a
Insert soundbite in here now. I haven't got one.
Where's our man with the soundboard?
Yeah, exactly. Unless anyone
Gravity,
knows
you
it.
fucking moron. Did you ever hear of fucking gravity?
That'll do. Yep.
second attempt. I put a video up
I'll pause every time he says it.
3 or 4 days ago. Some of you might have seen it, might still have it up. No, actually, I completely eradicated it, deleted it.
Eradicated.
So I don't think anybody can actually see it now. But it's been up for 3 or 4 days, and I've been trying to edit the video because it's a bit painful to watch, and I just
For us
couldn't do it, so I gave up.
Yeah.
Computer's just
You
giving me
ought
a
to be on
gut
this
sake,
side of it,
especially
buddy.
it's trying to edit. It's pain. That's why I don't edit anything. But I gave that a go, but wasn't very successful. So
How's Limey, bugger? You'll join in 11 and a half minutes.
I've been planning on doing it again. And
Look, just pause the video.
I did it today.
We'll all
Yeah,
go and
yeah.
do other things for 11 and a half minutes.
Yeah, and then come back. We'll do
Then when he
that.
comes back, we'll just start it again.
We'll play another video.
all right, but anyway, Ken Wheeler, Theoria Epiphasis channel, he's just put a video out. Basically,
Uncle
just
Fester.
telling you
Magnetic Fest.
what I told you in my
Yeah.
video, what gravity is. So go check that out if you want after this.
Oh, yeah, we can read
Well, there's a
that.
cl-
If you want the technical
There's a
side,
claim to fame. Magnetic Fester
Technical
liked your
words.
video. Yeah.
regarding the magnetic fields and all that. You know, a lot of you guys following me will have a general idea anyway. But anyway, he made me laugh seeing that. 1.3 views. I think it came out 2 days ago. What do I get? A couple of hundred. But I thought, well, I better race down and
Did
redo
he
this
say
again.
1.3 views?
A
Yeah.
bit better than I did last time. So once again, I'm going to read it off the phone, but I've extended the story, made it sound a little bit better. But not exactly a story. It's fact. It's about what gravity is. So let's
good.
try and-
He said gravity.
Everybody drink.
here. A few days ago, but I keep going back and editing it. I think I've got it sussed now. And you wouldn't have heard it like this before. No one's really told you about gravity, that there is no gravity. Well, actually, I think some guys realise there's no gravity, but I basically described it quite well, I think. And now Ken Wheeler's doing it. He's come over. I mean, I've been in for 2 years. He's finally come over to the Flat Earth Society. Because I think because of his association with Santos Benassi and them. So what do we got here? Here it is. So straight off the phone, gravity. What is gravity? The word implies something that is gravitating to something. But in Earth's case, nothing is gravitating to anything, because Earth is at a state of rest after the gravitating forces met each other. What we know as a North Pole and a South Pole have met each other and now have found equilibrium, a fixed and stationary plane of inertia. Like science states, the Earth is like a magnet, specifically a ring magnet, and I've shown you plenty of that on my videos. What does a magnet do? Well, it has a North Pole and a South Pole, and apparently on Earth's spinning ball, the South is rushing, gravitating to the North Pole. Yeah, right.
What?
That is utter garbage.
What?
I've shown that plenty of times in my videos. You can't have it
Well, he's right about that. That is
right up
utter
there
garbage.
and finding equilibrium. All life would cease to exist. Earth has been created between two gravitating forces, a positive field and a negative field. Both have met and created 0 point, their place of equilibrium, or balance, or place of rest, fixed and stationary. No force is applied at this point anymore. It is the plane of inertia. That is Earth. Force coming up.
What?
Check out Ken Wheeler's work on magnetism.
No.
This place of inertia is Earth. It is also written in ancient knowledge, esoteric knowledge, Earth is from the whole. Earth is from the whole, the resting place in the centre of the black hole of creation. Our Father.
What?
This is our Father in religion. You've got the Father and the Son on its horizon. The eye of the storm, you could say, because creation is from the centre of a vortex, a place of converging powers. Check out my videos I've put here. In the centre of a black hole, there is rest. The action is around its horizon. And this is where our actual sun is created, not the image we see. Actual sun, right back in the centre here. We see our image out here in the tropic region, right? It's all from in here. Earth's electromagnetic toroidal field comes from the central vortex, the field that does not find equilibrium. Coming up, down, across, up, down. It just keeps going through the sun. Keeps doing. Just check out the previous videos. Remember, Earth is a dual system. People like to deny this, but it's a duality. This is what atomism is. Atomism cannot be cut. And science tells you it can be cut. No, because no matter how many times they cut it, and whatever they want to call it, got all sorts of names for it, you'll always come up with a dual system. There'll always be a strong force and a weak force, or a positive and a negative. They goes together every time you cut it. Just like cutting a magnet, you always end up with the South and the North Pole. I just saw a physics video last night. What were they called? I can't think now. No. But there's about 10 different names they've given the one thing. Just like our toroidal field. You know, dark energy, cosmological constant, all that. There's lots more to it. Remember, Earth is a dual system. It comes from a place of singularity. Singularity's in here. This becomes a dual system. Look, dual. The singular in here. Singular in the centre. Dual here. But it's created dual. So one duality in the Earth's creation is Earth itself has found rest / equilibrium, and its dual partner is the field around it, which has not found equilibrium. It's fixed and stationary, but the field moves around it, across it, through it, basically. Here's another duality. There's lots of dualities in the Earth's creation. On Earth, we have a gap called the tropics. There's the gap between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn.
I know where the gap is.
But cold at both ends of the Earth, and this creates an attraction of circulating currents. Earth's magnetic field is carried in the wind. Even the ancient Egyptian Hermetica states this, but the field is at a constant 15 degrees per hour, unlike the wind.
The wind?
This tropic region creates a gap between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere that prevents both separate fields, separate. Talked a lot about this. They are separate. You could get a camera out, star trail, you could go to the celestial equator, see the gap in the sky. Two separate rotations, totally separate. The tropic region creates a gap between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere that prevents both separate fields from actually meeting and finding the resting state of equilibrium. If they did meet, life would be all over. No life on Earth would exist.
Don't cross the streams, folks.
Does anyone understand the gap that is in a magnetic induction motor? If you don't, go and research that gap. Even Tesla talks about this, but in his paper I read, it was under the disguise of human energy. Whether he did it or the people who got their hands on it later didn't want people to find out about it, but basically Tesla knew that about this Earth gap because it's all in his induction motors. But I read one paper and it was referring to this gap, it's something to do with human energy, varying the gap to get the right gap, to get the right magnetic field or frequency, whatever they're looking at there.
Whatever.
Okay. What would happen if you closed the generator gap? Energy would cease. It would not work. Earth is the same. It must have that gap to circulate its self-generating energy. We call these opposite fields north and south poles, but in reality, it is a weak force and a strong force, wanting to seek each other out to find equilibrium. Did you know Earth's atmosphere becomes more positive as you ascend, and Earth more negative as you descend? Meaning you are moving into the two forces that created Earth's resting state. Where is the most highest atmospheric pressure? At sea level. So you need to realise either side of Earth's resting state, there must be the two opposing forces, strong and weak, or north and south. where sea meets the shore, or any part of Earth, this is the fine line between inertia and one of the forces. Hence why we feel pressure as we enter the water. The other force is the atmosphere. Guess which one is the strong force? There's another duality there. Man isn't held at the plane of inertia by two forces of pressure because they are now at rest. There is no gravity. No gravity. Ken mentions this in this video I've just showed you. I mentioned it first, I think. There is no gravity. The forces have created nothingness. Man falls back to earth due to this nothingness. It is between the forces. But if we try leaving earth, be it moving up higher or down through the water, we encounter pressure. Now, the real mind boggler is we all exist in Earth's magnetic flux. But, and a big but, is that it is an inverted model, an inverted reality to the field of a magnet that we understand, and creation. We're inverted to creation, which is back in here. Inverted image would be the opposite to creation. Everything must fall back to the plane of inertia, but our moving magnetic toroidal field has no such meeting due to the tropical gap. The tropical gap creates the Earth's EMF. This is an infinite force that does not find rest or equilibrium due to its field gap, as long as it has voltage, which is the sun at its Corinth. The sun's back here. The field is circulating via the sun, through the sun. It's the voltage in the circuit.
Wow.
Up and down, up and down. Over, down, across, up, down, through the earth, back up, like this. Always coming out. A toroidal field. Understanding the toroidal field. So there it is, everybody. I put it up 4 days ago. A lot of people have shared that post, but that video, but this is the new one. Okay? You heard it from me first. Now, if you want verification, or someone else to back me up, go check out Ken Wheeler's video. Okay, cheers. Remember me, share this, get it out there. More subscribers the better. More people get the information.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Jeez.
Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, what's that quote? What was that quote he said? Man falls back to earth because of nothingness.
That's right. And what was it? The space in the gap in between the nothingness or something like that.
Something like that.
I'm quite clearly not stoned enough for that to make sense.
What was that? M-Balls postings. What was that for?
Well, he's right about one thing. If you close up the gap in the generator, it will stop working.
Yeah.
Because the rotor will lock up inside the friggin' stator, you idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we played that video, Dora.
Do we?
Oh, Death did a clockwise, counterclockwise star trial on flat Earth. Goes for 3 minutes. Probably watch it, see what he's done with it.
Flat Earth model. Exactly what I've been doing, showing people over 2 years. And they're trying to tell you, oh, we've known for 2,000 years and it's a spinning ball. No, it's not a spinning ball.
Can I put my slide that shows this? Okay, here we go. Observation of stars. Next one. You're controlling it, right? Do I just tell you when to go? Okay, so if you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, then hang on, all this stuff is covering the keys.
You're looking at Polaris, dead center.
Anyway, if you're looking at the North Pole in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. Go to the next one. If you were in the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, the stars rotate clockwise. Next one. How does this make sense on a flat Earth? Sorry, this is a screenshot from
Yeah, just wave me,
in the video, they're rotating in different directions.
By having a mirror image
two people on
in
a
the
flat
gap.
pizza land look at the sky and see a sky that is rotating in different ways. Next one. And further.
Anybody could go outside, look at the celestial equator. There's the celestial tropical gap, and see 2 rotations.
You're not going to see it naturally. You can only do that with the camera.
Now, if you use your camera, star trails, you'll see the gap. You'll see the gap. Like this. Aim dead north and south. Watch this gap. Best time to do it is follow Orion's belt. That's right centre. Flowing through.
No.
Oh, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. All stars rotate east-west.
I bet he's right about that.
So he stood in front of a mirror.
Hmm.
But are they going clockwise or counterclockwise? Oh, it's that bloody clock again.
And there's all the apps.
Yep. Flat Earth clock. It's a clock.
Hmm. Point camera here.
Yes. Have you seen Sly's analysis of that app?
Yeah.
It is just one huge money-making scam, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a clock, you know, that's using your phone clock.
Well, you played.
Doesn't
something.
work. Yeah.
I don't know if that was from Sly, wasn't it?
I think yeah, he did a 2-part analysis of the app. I'm sure we've looked at least at the first part of it. But yeah, the whole thing is just about making money. You know, there's all of those links to, you know, other sort of woo peddling flat earth nonsense, and
Yeah, that's
that,
right.
that of course it doesn't actually do what he claims it does.
That's right, Tristan. The gap is due to perspective, which they love to cite, but don't understand.
Correct. Yes, Gary was doing that very well in the side chat of Blue Stream last night. He comes up with all this bullshit, and it's like, you're just describing perspective. Look out.
Yeah, let Limey in.
I
remember having it was probably last week, or was it the week before? I was in with one of the servers and they were talking about rise to eye level. And I said, well, what if your eyes were actually level with the water and the water rose to eye level, but the water still rise to eye level? Wouldn't that mean you'd drown?
Yeah. Well, I think now Limey's yes, the one. Now Limey's here, we should watch some Lindsay.
Thanks, Limey. Where's that when I needed it?
Yeah.
I needed that. I needed that sound bite 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I know. That's why I dug it out. Sorry, I'm late.
Hey, no worries, you're here.
As long as you brought a note.
Yeah, at least 20. Nothing lower than the 20.
Well, next time. Next time. I'm sure we'll need it again with that Muppet.
Yeah.
Oh, how's everyone doing?
Oh, doing okay.
Yeah. Not bad for a Saturday afternoon.
Yep.
I think they've given up on all the celebrating now because, yeah, they were all set out there yesterday, street just across the way, you know, and then you look out today and you think nobody's sitting outside today.
Yeah, waiting on the rain round here.
It's
But
shit.
I don't know. I'll be drinking today. It's my mum's birthday as well, so
okay.
We're doing a bit of a family thing. So
yeah. Well, why not?
Yeah. Nice roast dinner. Got me Guinness. Should be good.
Got any extra seats at the table?
Well, I'm going to be using a tray. We only got 4 seats for the table.
That's the problem when people turn up. It's like, oh Christ, where's everybody going to sit?
Yeah, well, if it was a nice day, we could sit outside.
Outside, but
Yeah.
if you've got the
England.
sort of weather I have, yeah, it's raining. Me app on my phone keeps telling me of these wind warnings, and that's not very nice.
Yeah, we're getting wind warnings, thunderstorm warnings, and
yeah.
I mean, we're right next to the bloody, the beach and that. So like the wind comes across here really quick,
Oh yeah, just make it 10 times worse, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, it's lots of fun trying to roll a cigarette up outside. Fucking ridiculous.
Oh shit!
I have lost a bit of backy that way.
All you've got is the paper in the back. It's just gone.
Yeah, paper in the filter, just.
I remember those days back in the days when I used to be a smoker. Yeah, yeah.
All right. Are we ready for anything else? I've got no more videos now.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Must be ready for the quiz then.
Oh,
That's me.
bollocks.
Oh, okay. I just made a cuppa.
It's multiple choice, Slimy.
I
A, B, or C.
Oh, why is that not bloody working now? I have one thing to say about the quiz.
It didn't work.
Did it work?
It didn't work.
Damn it. I don't know. You know what? I think I need it to be.
You gotta turn your dill filter off. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't let me set it until I've actually got it open. Hold on. I'm trying.
Yep.
Yay.
Yeah, it's not working properly.
What? Did it not do it?
I thought it had the sound to go with it.
It should have.
No, it's no sound.
Oh, well, the other one's bloody working. Why is
He's
this one
given
not
us the
working?
motion, but not the sound.
Oh, I can hear it on this end.
All we're getting is
Yeah.
what we're not getting is the no.
No.
See,
No.
OBS.
We got a sound bite with all the no's. We did that a while back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did. Didn't
I don't know why that's not bloody working.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey,
crap.
I've seen that clip before, and they are some very brave, committed gentlemen.
All right, I'm just going to quickly try it one more time to see if I'm understanding OBS. Any luck?
Oh, sorry.
In the words of the man himself, no.
No.
Well, fuck this program.
Well, what we have here is a representation of a girl's Aunt Panzer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a thing you said. I'm kind of
I know you're distracted.
hypnotized. Yeah.
So having gone through
Those
the
are
introduction
some very
screen now,
nice
I can ask you questions about the picture, can't I? Like, how many boys were there? No, the answer's not 2.
Damn. I could probably make it 4 if I take my glasses off.
Yeah. What tank? Okay, question 1. What was the most common US tank in World War II? Was it the M3 Lee, the M4 Sherman, or the A13 Covenanter?
No, what's the joke here? The tank top? That's right, Juice.
What's your name today? KP? Keeps bloody changing.
Yeah, he changes it
All right.
every week.
Yeah.
You missed out on that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. What would I think it is?
A philosopher
I haven't
scientist.
changed my name back yet. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Okay.
Kirk Panzer.
Everyone seems to think it's B, the M4 Sherman. That was the tank. And you're right. Like
They would
the
be right.
T-34, the
Hey.
M4 Sherman was a good tank.
Only
It
because
achieved
out of
much
those 3. Oh, sorry.
It achieved much of its advantage by being produced in large numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, out of those 3, it was the only one I'd heard of.
It was
Okay.
a much maligned tank, and it got an undeserved nickname. One of the nicknames it got was Ronson, named after the lighter, because at the time Ronson lights first time every time. They got a bit of an undeserved reputation of being very easy to boil up, as they say. When you hit a tank and it catches fire,
it cooks the people inside.
yes, and it wasn't as bad as they made out, and the fact that they could churn out thousands of these was, as it says, that was the big advantage.
Can we do bonus points for anyone that can guess just how many books Farmer's Boy has on the Sherman? I'm going with 6.
On the Sherman, not actually that many. I don't think I've got anything devoted purely to the Sherman.
Oh, you let me down.
No, well, it's not my area of what's it? You know,
Do you have a model for that
Okay.
tank?
not a Sherman. No, I don't have a Sherman.
Okay.
Question 2. What is the classification of a vehicle designed specifically to combat other tanks, trading off some aspect of performance for increased firepower? Is it a medium tank, a tankette, or a tank destroyer?
Well, clearly a tankette is a female tank.
Not quite. Although there was such a thing as female tanks, but that might come up later on.
That would be the French, wouldn't it?
Oh no, Clive, much more than
Okay.
200.
Yes, and the correct answer, as most of you have got, is most British and German and Russian tank destroyers had no turrets, while US tank destroyers had open tops and light armour. These trade-offs made them cheaper and faster to produce, and often allowed the mounting of heavier guns that could penetrate tank armour. So it was C, the tank destroyer.
I'm 2 for 2.
I never
think I'm
understood that.
dreaming.
The Americans made some very good tank destroyers, and they were, most of them were extremely fast because they were lighter and had lighter armor. But yeah, they didn't put any roofs on the turrets. And if you look at a lot of the photos during the war, you'll see what the crew sort of did anything they could to make some sort of roof to go over the turret, because of course in Europe during the winter it's cold and it's wet, and your turret hasn't got a roof on it. I mean, made no sense at all.
Question 3. The technological development of the treaded tank from earlier armoured cars was driven by the need to overcome what battlefield obstacle in World War One? Was it trenches? Was it thick concrete walls? Or was it massive piles of corpses?
Yeah, just imagine building something because you know you got no. Ugh.
Imagine having to take that through the car wash after. Bloody hell.
All right. Here is your answer in picture form.
Trench? What trench?
I like this. Very carefully up to the edge of the trench.
Oh, let's get a dig in. Oh! That's why recovery vehicles can be so important sometimes. Go on, dig yourself out. Go on.
What's the estimated arrival time for AAA on a battlefield?
I don't know. Now the driver's blind.
Yeah. There you go. The correct answer was, in fact, A. Networks of trenches made territorial gains extremely difficult in World War One battlefields. Tanks were developed as a way to drive over them while protecting infantry. So the correct answer was indeed trenches, not massive piles of bodies, Dora.
They get stuck in the treads.
Yeah. 4. The French Renault FT tank was a revolutionary design for what reason? Was it the first tank with a horsepower per tonne ratio higher than 10? Was it the first tank with a rotating turret instead of side-mounted gun sponsons? Was it the first tank with a crew of one? Which one? Why is it famous?
I thought it was the first tank that could automatically surrender.
Oh, that's undeserved.
The first tank with a automatic white flag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Limey says B or C.
Hey, that's my guess. B or C.
B or C.
I'll narrow it.
A
I'll
or B
narrow
or
it
C?
down. I'll narrow it down.
It's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll go with that one.
And the correct answer was, in fact, B.
Damn
the
it.
rotating turret of the Renault FT established the basic design of modern tanks.
What, you mean one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people realise, but the French for B is C. So I don't think you got that right.
Ah.
I thought they used the same alphabet as us, but there
They
you go.
do.
Yes. Stop
Five.
ruining my mojo.
Okay.
Yeah. The effective thickness of a tank's armour can be increased by doing what? Riveting the armour plates instead of welding them, or increasing the internal volume of the tank, or angling the armour relative to the expected direction of incoming rounds. This one's pretty obvious.
I've seen two of those FT tanks running. There's a place down in southern England here that's restored two genuine World War One Renault FT tanks, and one's a very rare version. It hasn't got a turret; it's got a big box structure on the top and a dirty great big aerial. And that was used as a radio tank because, of course, during the First World War, radios weren't exactly small and compact.
It was the first vehicle that could pick up XM.
And as most people are getting it, it is in fact answer C. Angled armour tends to reflect incoming rounds away instead of being penetrated, so sloped or angled armour has a greater effective thickness than the same amount of armour mounted squarely facing
How does
attacks.
angling the armour increase the thickness, though?
Because
It literally does.
Look at the picture.
the rounds have a tendency to bounce off. So you can have the angled armor can have the same effective thickness as a hitting it square on, whilst it's thinner. So basically the actual armor plate doesn't have to be as thick.
They don't measure the effective thickness as just the thickness of the plate. It's that green line going through it. So
Yes.
by angling it, it's got that. Oh, okay. I didn't realise that.
You could have an upright armor that's say 100 millimeters thick. And
Yeah,
you could
and
have
then
sloped armor that's maybe only 50 or 60 millimeters thick, and that sloped armor has the same protection as the upright. So
Yeah,
you
'cause
can you
You're
can help
measuring
make,
across at an angle instead
Yeah.
of straight across it. So I gotcha.
so you can in effect make the tank lighter,
Yeah.
which is always
Very
good.
cool.
Okay, question 6. After World War II, the various classifications of tanks, as in light, medium and heavy, were replaced by what designation? Were they called pure tanks, main battle tanks, or armoured gun carriages?
Box. We've got a lot of B's in the chat.
There are a lot of B's in the chat, and they're correct.
That looks like a
The earlier
leopard.
tank classifications were the result of necessary trade-offs between armour mobility and firepower. Modern tank technology allowed one tank to accomplish everything needed of armour on the battlefield. A concept known as a main battle tank.
Well, I'm 4 for 6.
That's pretty good.
That's my best so far, I think. In fact, if I get the rest wrong, I think it's still my best so far.
It's out of
There you
30
go.
today, Limey.
That's all right. It still takes the pressure off, you know. As long as I've got 4 right, I'm not going by percentages here.
What World War II battle is considered the largest tank versus tank battle in history? Is it the Battle of Kursk, the Battle of Moscow, or the Battle of Berlin?
Yeah, I don't think people realise just how big this particular battle was.
I'm going to take a stab in the dark because I don't know much about history. I never paid a lot of attention. In fact, because I got kicked out of history class at school permanently, I was the only person that got to watch Schindler's List without taking notes. It was lovely.
I actually dropped history because I didn't like what they were teaching and how they were teaching it. It was too boring.
Yeah, it's something they don't seem to make it very fun, which it can easily. Like when I was in primary school, we were learning about the Battle of Hastings, and they threw in stuff like we made stinging little soup at school, you know, and made our own little Bayeux tapestries and shit like that, and that makes it interesting, you know.
Yeah.
But just, I mean, the same with a lot of subjects, like, because I was a bit of a troublemaker, I didn't actually start to get an interest in education until college, you know, and at that point I became a boffin. I was getting straight A's in it. I should have finished my degree really, but I was doing a full-time job, a part-time job, and full-time college, and I decided to quit the full-time college so I could, you know, make more money. With the 2 jobs.
Yeah.
So I was a twat.
And the correct answer, as most people have got, is it was the Battle of Kursk.
Whoa.
As many as 5,000 Russian and German tanks took part in Kursk, a concentration of armoured firepower that hasn't been matched since.
And now I have a question. Where is Kursk? Because I'm not good at geography either.
Russia.
Oh, it is part of Russia.
It covered the battlefield itself covered roughly the same area as Wales.
Holy shit!
Yes, that's why people don't realise just how big a battle it was. Round about the same area as the country of Was. That was the Battle of Kursk. Yes.
When was the Battle of Kursk?
That was 1940. Was
it part of World War II?
Oh, yeah.
43, I think.
I think it was 43.
Ah,
yeah, absolutely. Oh, there you are. Vroom Fondles. Yeah. Ukraine.
Oh, right.
Well, yeah.
Because, of course, the borders back then weren't quite the same as they are now, but...
Yeah. Okay, question 8.
I need to start looking into history again, because it is bloody interesting.
The Macabre is the main battle tank of what nation? Is it Israel, Syria, or Belgium?
Oh, so it's not Ethiopia then?
No, not Ethiopia.
I think it's A, B, or C.
Well, yes, that's how multiple choice questions work.
I can give you a hint, Blimey. It's not D.
Yeah.
Okay.
D. The Merkava.
All right, I've narrowed it down to 2 that I'm picking from. Are we feeling lucky?
Well, are you, punk?
You got to ask yourself one question. Should you be choosing from those 2 or all 3?
Come on, Limey, are you going to pick a choice or not?
Hey, give me a bit of time. I'm thick. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got one of them somewhere.
The Merkava and its upgraded versions have seen action in every Israeli conflict since the early 1980s. There you go.
It means chariot.
Oh.
It's the Israeli word for chariot.
Yep.
I was using flat earth logic. Macabre, code for Merkin jerkin, shortened to jerk, Gary Wybenga.
What tanks formed the bulk of the Nazi armoured force during the Blitzkrieg stages of World War II when they invaded Poland and France? Was it the Panzer I and II, the Panzer III and IV, or the Jagdpanther?
Quick, farmer's boy, let me know.
I'm not telling you.
I think I've forgotten it. How many have I got wrong? Have I got 3 wrong or 4 or 3?
They had the Jag Panther at Bovington a few years back, and bless it, I think the gearbox was knackered because it went round in first gear. I've never seen anything move so slowly in all my life. It was like, oh, somebody give it a push. But it is, a restored original. So
you need the fucking Incredible Hulk to be able to push it.
Yeah, it's a fair weight, but yeah, poor thing. It just sort of chundered around, and it's like, oh yeah, you've only got one gear, haven't you?
What is sort of the average weight of a tank? Like, do you know from all your reading?
Depends on the size.
What these days?
Yeah, like
these days, your
generic tank.
You're anywhere 60 tons plus or minus.
Jesus.
Well, yeah.
Well, I knew they were bloody heavy, but I didn't expect 60.
Tell you what, I can give you a little demonstration of just why things are so heavy.
Is it going to bring in McDonald's? That's why I'm so heavy.
If you answered A to this one, you were correct. The primary German tanks early in the war were light Panzer I and II tanks, with a small percentage.
And I love
As
the way
we all know that German for 1 and 2 is 3 and 4.
I love the way that the picture you're showing is mainly the Panzer III. Not the 1 and the 2. Look,
yep, I was guessing for the picture.
Do you see that? That's the hull of a British Scorpion tank that has a crew of 3, and we don't use them anymore.
All right.
That's the turret of a Leopard 2 tank. They're the same. They're the same scale.
Oh,
you see how tanks can get so heavy?
Essentially, the turret is pretty much the same weight.
Well, not far off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, main battle tanks. They are big old bits of kit, and they're
What
very
about
heavy.
when
Lots of armor.
What about when they're loaded up? Like when they're stocked up with ammunition, because those shells, and if you've got enough of them for engaging the enemy, that's got to be some bloody weight too, isn't it?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of weight. There's a version of the Challenger 2. I think that's getting on for 70 tons.
Jesus.
Oh, some even bigger than that.
Cool. Imagine that running over your foot.
Question 10. Although maintenance and repair units do the big jobs, every tank crew has to know how to perform what basic repair? Is it replace a broken drive shaft, weld a damaged armour plate, or fix a thrown track?
D. Call AAA.
Look up the number of a Ukrainian farmer.
Yeah. No problem.
Right.
I have tractor.
That's my final guess. If I get it wrong, I'm only at 50%. Well, if it's 10 questions.
It's 30 questions.
Fuck off. And you know what? I just remembered I got somewhere to be. Anywhere but here.
And as you can gather by the picture, yes, C is the correct answer, because a tank can throw or break a track due to combat damage, rough terrain, or even taking a hard turn. Every crew has to be able to fix it themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a nice job.
At this point, I would like to politely and diplomatically say, fuck yeah! Oh my god! Wait, is it really 30 questions? Or...
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
We've been building up to this for a long time, dear boy.
Yeah. 11. What was the term used for German tanks in World War II, which translates to armoured combat vehicle? Holy shit. You mean I've got to say these things?
Freundschaftsbeziehungen. Panzerkampfwagen.
Yeah.
Waffenträger auf Panzer.
Yeah. Which one?
I'm guessing that.
I'm pretty confident with my answer.
I believe you haven't got Sonderkraft for Zug in there.
What's your guess, Gary?
Yeah, Gary does chase Kupfen. Actually, it shouldn't have an "n" at the end, but hey.
You've just got to be able to see the important things.
Holy shit!
Zwei Bier bitten.
Oh yeah, exactly. Gary just said "good day, everyone," not "good flat."
No,
Earth
no,
day, everyone.
he's behaved out there. He doesn't
Yeah.
try to get
Oh,
a
is
bite
he?
at-
He's only behaving. He hasn't come back to reality. Oh, I've still got hope for you yet, Gary.
I'm waiting to see if Gary's going to have a
Answer.
guess.
Volkswagen on steroidums.
It's in German. It's pronounced Volkswagen. They do the W's as V's and the V's as F's. Volkswagen.
Yeah.
I don't remember much from German at school, but
The famous aircraft manufacturer Fokker Wolf. Yes, it's spelled with a W.
Let's see what Gary's guess is.
And the correct answer was Panzerkampfwagen. Is usually shortened to Panzer.
Well, I got that
Yeah,
right.
I need
Since Panzer just means armour in German, bulletproof glass is called Panzerglas.
I think
That's
I
cool.
remembered that from farmers talking about. That's why I got it right.
Yeah. Question 12. Reactive armour attempts to defeat heat rounds by doing what? Triggering a controlled explosion that disrupts the explosive jet, absorbing enough of the kinetic impact that the heat round's detonator never triggers, or instantly adjusting the armour's angle to deflect the round away from the tank. Which one?
Cool idea. We're seeing lots and lots of pictures of this at the moment of knocked out Russian tanks because the Russians have a lot of their tanks are quite an old design, so they upgrade them by fitting reactive armor. Quite distinctive.
What was that? Was it you, Farms Boy, that showed us like a news article? For that tank that they'd had it painted camouflage and then they lost it. Was that on one of these streams?
Oh, it might. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, that was. Was that one of yours, Paul? You were showing silly headlines or something. Was that one of yours?
What's that?
Well, they painted a tank. They'd camouflaged a tank, and then they couldn't find it.
Yeah, that was an Australian tank. Yeah.
Which just goes to show that. I mean, yeah. That okay. The camouflage
the tank
works.
went missing after being painted with camouflage.
Yeah.
Actually, one of my there's a story about one of my dad's friends that ended up in the newspapers in Michigan. He's an English bloke, accountant, and he was living in the States, for a while. He went to Canada, with some friends for a drink. Got drunk, stole a fire engine, managed to get it across the border into Michigan from Canada. And then got pulled over because he went down a dead end road and was trying to, mini point turn it round on people's properties. But yeah, I no idea how the F he got it through customs.
Strange.
Well, for those who selected answer A for 12 are correct. Reactive armor uses a controlled explosive charge to disrupt a heat round's ability to penetrate the underlying armor.
It's basically sacrificial armor. If you look at things like the Russian tanks, they've got these blocks all over them, and the idea is that if a round hits that block, that explodes and takes away the force of the round coming in and destroys itself. And then, in theory, you can replace any block that's been hit. You can just put another one on there.
My A came out backwards with a little carry handle at the top of it.
You mean you got it wrong?
No.
The Swedish Stridsvagn 103 was a main battle tank with no turret and a gun in a fixed position. How was the gun aimed? Was it aimed by turning the entire tank and lifting up or lowering the suspension to raise or lower the gun? Or by turning the entire tank and using terrain to adjust the gun's elevation? Or by turning the tank and adjusting the elevation of the firing angle by using different types of ammunition?
Yes, commonly known as the S tank, because that's easier to say than Stridswagen.
Yeah.
Very, very, very clever design. I don't think anybody else has done one like, certainly not in recent years anyway.
And I think the picture will pretty much give it away.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. And the answer was A. The
A?
Stridswagen 103 adjusted side to side like a World War II era tank destroyer. The fixed gun was raised or lowered by a computer-controlled suspension system that responded to the gunner's controls by lifting or lowering the front of the tank.
Yep. Very, very small and compact. And those things on the side of fuel tanks, they're like jerry cans on the side. But of course, if they get hit by a round, they'll explode and do, little to no damage to the tank.
Question 14. What is the primary tank in use by Russia and several other nations today? Is it the T-90, the T-70, or the IS-8?
Time for tea. That shows you why soldiers inside tanks wear padded helmets.
I'd hope they wear frigging groin guards as well, because as you get a bit older and they get a little distended, they can swing with extra force.
And if you answered A, you were correct. The T-90 went into production in 1992 and remains in production today. It's also the primary tank used by India.
All right, I'm still above 50%. In fact, what have I got? 8 out of 14, so what's that, 55, 60? I don't know. I don't think 55-ish, maybe 58.
Question 15, halfway. The heaviest tank produced by Germany before the end of World War II was the what? Was it the Jagdpanzer IV, the Panther, or the Tiger II?
Strictly speaking, it's not on that list, but...
Ah, okay.
Oh, naughty. Naughty.
But
very
out of those three, there is a right answer.
What is it?
I hope I got it right.
Well, that's for you to try and work out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does Jagd or Jagdpanzer, however it's pronounced, stand for Fat Panzer?
No, that's
No.
that means hunting. The Jagd bit means
hunting. like Jaeger means hunter. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I should have bloody known that.
Remember
Not just
that,
from
Limey.
drinking Jägermeister, but my stepdaughter's name is Jaeger.
I'll give you a hint, Limey. Remember that piece of information.
Or if I just give the answer to a question. I've been trying to hold myself in all the way through.
That's okay.
Hey,
fellas.
to be
problem.
fair, it's his fault for letting me know to remember that.
Yeah.
Hopefully I will. My memory is so bad now, but
Yeah.
that should.
The Tiger
that
II,
should
sometimes known as the King Tiger, weighed 75 tons.
Cool. Has anyone else got a semi on? Because I have.
Don't go there. Actually, it weighed 70 tons, but the hunting version of it, the Jagd Tiger, weighed 75 tons. But some people say, oh, it's not a tank because the turret doesn't move, but it's a bloody tank. But yeah, they're big. In fact, they were, of course, too heavy. A lot of crew didn't like using them because they were just too big and heavy.
They could have made enough of them, though. They probably would have kicked everybody's ass.
Quite, yeah, quite possibly.
Question 16. Why was the Second Battle of Villers-Bretonneux so notable? A. Was it the first time tanks fought against tanks in combat? B. Was it the first time tanks won a battle? Or was it C? Was it the battle during which Germany captured several British tanks, pushing German tank development ahead by decades?
Or was it D? Was it the 45th time France surrendered?
You do know why France surrendered in the Second World War, don't you?
No, like I said, I don't know much about history.
If they hadn't surrendered, Paris would have got flattened.
Ah.
That's why they surrendered. I mean, they were getting their asses kicked anyway, but they certainly weren't a walkover as everybody thinks. But yeah, the Germans were getting to Paris, and it was like, if we don't surrender, they're going to flatten Paris. So they chucked the towel in.
Yeah, fair enough, I think.
Irish stew because they couldn't pronounce it.
It's what? It's Villa Brett? What? I mean, why do you think it was called the Battle of Wipers? Because the average Tommy couldn't pronounce Ypres, so it got called Wipers because it's spelt with a Y.
Yeah.
And the
correct
will
answer
guess
was
this.
You're correct. Again, if that's a reverse A with a handle on it.
Oh, bollocks.
A trio of German A7V tanks blundered into 3 British Mark IV tanks, sparking a slow and inconclusive battle, the first in which tanks battled tanks.
Yeah.
Oh.
They basically just sat there slugging it out with each other.
Ooh.
Yeah. 17. The US M3 Lee tank was known by what other name depending on the specific configuration? Was it the Grant, the Hyperion, or the M3A GF7?
Speaking of Grant, do you know that Ulysses S. Grant was the only president to get stopped for driving a horse-drawn carriage drunk?
Well, that's one claim to fame, isn't it?
Yep.
No, I'm not drunk. No. Does you know who I am?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You can't stop me.
It'd be handy, wouldn't it? Like, I don't know. Do they do it like we do? Because, like, if the Queen got pulled over and they were like, "Do you have any ID?" She can just hand them any, denotion of note. Wait, what's the word I'm thinking?
She could pull out a £1 coin and go, "Look,
yeah, all that."
There's my picture.
Is it denotion? Yeah. Whoa! Look at that bad boy.
Yeah.
What is that then? What was it?
You're thinking of denomination.
That's it, denomination.
Yeah. So if you chose A, you were correct. The M3s were sent to England by the M3s were sent to England by the US, where some were fitted with British guns and other components. These were also known as M3 Grants, as opposed to fully American M3 Lees. One senses a certain amount of British humour in the choice of nickname.
But it was also to differentiate between the two. I think we basically, if you look at that, you've got the main gun is in a sponson in the front. That's not in the turret. You then got a 37mm gun in the turret, and then you've got a coupler on top of that, which has got a machine gun in it for the tank commander. And we got rid of that, and we put a bulge on the back of the turret called a bustle, and that's where we put the radio. So we sort of buggered about with the design to suit our.
And installed a minibar.
And no. Do you know what every British armoured vehicle? Oh no, I'm not going to say that either because that could be a bloody question as well.
Yeah, could be.
Well, I'm still over 50%, bitches.
Well, here you go. The German term for tank destroyer, Jagdpanzer, translates as what? Wolf tank, hunting tank, or killer tank?
That's now I should just keep stood.
And I
To-
think
to
we can
be
whistle
fair-
past this question pretty quickly because, as we already know,
Yeah.
it translates as hunting tank. Thank
Sorry about
you,
that.
Farmers
I would have
Boys.
got that.
Sorry
I
about
would have
that.
got that anyway.
That's all right.
Like just reading through the choices of answer. Because as soon as I see hunting, then it reminds me of jagged or yagged.
Okay. Question 19. The T-28 Super Heavy tank, also known as the T-95, was a 100-ton monster meant to smash through concrete defences. It was never put into production. How did the tracks differ from ordinary heavy tanks? Were they completely enclosed within the hull of the tank except for the bottom surface? Or did it have 4 sets of tracks, 2 side-by-side pairs? Or did it have special turning tracks on the front and rear to aid in adjusting the fixed gun?
I'll put my answer in already. I'm hoping it's an educated guess.
It was one of these tank designs that by the time they'd finished designing it and building some prototypes, they didn't bloody need it.
Ah,
Well, all countries are guilty of that. We've got examples of that over here as well. Big, dirty, great big things like that. And it's just like, by the time we've done it, we didn't need it.
yeah,
Look
we
at
got a
that
few
monster.
things that we've put into action that we don't need as well, like Boris.
And there you go, as shown in the picture. The T-28 had 4 sets of tracks, primarily because the outer set needed to be removable for transport.
Bollocks.
So the answer was B.
I kind of guessed, because I guessed A, thinking that enclosed so it would smash the wall. But when you think about how heavy the tank is, like the extra trick, because that's going to churn up the wall as well, isn't it, really? Once I don't know.
Question 20. When a round strikes metal armour, it can injure or kill the crew without penetration because shards of metal splinter from the inside of the tank. What is the term for this impact shrapnel? Is it called spall? Is it called flak? Or is it called duff?
That. Maybe.
It's nice to see all the answers coming up in the side chat. I'm obviously not the only one with an interest in this.
No, you're obviously not.
Oh well, I'm one of the few that's getting them wrong then.
There's nothing wrong with that. You've got to be a real nerd to get 100% in this.
I mean, logically, we know that A, Spall, is Timothy Spall, an actor, and C, Duff, is beer in The Simpsons.
Yes.
So that left only B. But I guess I was wrong.
Wrong again, Limey. Modern tanks are equipped with spall liners to prevent this kind of crew injury.
Now I'm barely over 50% with 11 out of 20.
Oh, well, you can still make it up. The Russian T-34 tank was successful in World War II, partly due to its excellent performance, partly because the Soviets could produce so many of them. How many did they manufacture? Was it more than 80,000, just under 10,000, or almost 500,000?
The T-34 was definitely quantity over quality. Go and look at a World War II example and see just how rough some of it is.
I would like to point out that if the answer is C, almost 500,000, that is also A, because 500,000 is more than 80,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
And those that chose A were correct. While the T-34 was eventually outclassed by some German tanks late in the war, the Soviets could produce it quickly, making it relatively easy to replace battlefield losses. They made over 80,000 during the course of the war.
Nice.
Yeah, they really were just rattling them out.
Now, what was the Chinook? The Chi-Nu was a World War II tank produced by what country? Was it Russia, China, or Japan?
Don't think I've seen one of these. I don't think we've got any over here in the UK. Sure. I think the Yanks have got some, or at least one.
Oh, do I want to hit enter?
Could have put a flag on that damn thing.
Yeah, it sort of gives it away then, doesn't it? Well, of course, the Americans used to paint big white stars on the side of their tanks. Then they realised it made a cracking aiming point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just aim for the
And they decided to paint over them again.
All Japanese medium tanks in World War II used the Chi designation. The Chi-Ri, which only existed as a prototype, was their most advanced design, based on the earlier Chi-Nu and Chi-To.
Yeah. I love Cheetos.
23. When a tank is positioned behind a slope or other obstacles so that only the turret is visible to enemies, this is known as what? Is it known as dismounted, enfilade, or hull down?
Over the curve of the horizon.
And the correct answer was C. Many tanks are designed with heavy turret armour, making a hull down position tactically wise.
But I think so far that deserves one of those.
24. The speedy British medium tank, the Cromwell, was named after what? Was it named after the Cromwell Proving Grounds near Leeds, where it was developed? Was it named after General Nigel Cromwell, 18th century military hero? Or was it named after Oliver Cromwell, 17th century politician?
Okay.
Sure. Oh, I think I've probably got that one wrong.
One of my favourite old British tanks. Not particularly effective, but I like the sort of chunky design of it. That's Richard Harris, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think we'd have any pictures of a 17th century politician, would we? The Cromwell tank was
might be able to find a
Oliver
painting of him.
Cromwell.
I didn't get that right. Damn it.
The correct answer was, in fact, C.
Monty Python did a song about him.
Yeah, nearly there. How many crew members were required to operate a British Mark I tank, the first to see combat action? Was it 2, 8, or 12?
Oh, let's see.
Oh, damn it. I made the chat cover the whole screen. Crap. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Shame that's not a colour photograph, because that camouflage scheme's quite colourful.
Oh, and I may have got that wrong too.
It's got the chicken wire on the top to stop people lobbing grenades on the top.
Ah.
And the correct answer was a Mark 1 tank needed a crew of 8.
That's what I meant.
Commander, driver, gunner,
Masseuse.
gunner, and you had two gearsmen at the back. The driver couldn't change gear.
Ah.
You had two blokes at the back to change gears. Yeah.
26. Most of the Sherman tanks used in World War II were produced where? Were they produced in the Highland Park Ford plant, the Detroit Tank Arsenal, or the Indianapolis Foundry?
Do you know what? I'm going to have to take a guess on this.
Oh. Being 100 for 100 so far.
I know, but it could call unstuck here because I'm not an expert on the Sherman. But what the hell?
Sure. Masseuse was cancelled for cost reasons. Nice, Truth Nuts.
And the correct answer was the Detroit Tank Arsenal was the first manufacturing plant ever built, especially for tanks, which had previously been built in repurposed car, truck, or airplane plants.
Yeah.
Well, I'm at 15, so even if I get the rest wrong, I got 50%. I'm very happy with today's result.
Good. A typical round fired from a tank is a ballistic armor-piercing round, basically a large non-explosive bullet shaped to penetrate armor. Another common option is a heat round. How do they work? Do they work by they generate an explosive jet that burns through the armor and damages interior components and crew? Or do they work by explode on the surface, damaging armor plates so that subsequent armor-piercing rounds do more damage? Or is it they carry an initiator charge that superheats the armor, softening it a fraction of a second before the primary round strikes? How do they work?
What's that? Abacus?
Abacab. For the Genesis fans out there.
I'm going to say that I might have got it wrong.
What did you say, Limey?
I said A.
You said A.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Is indeed the correct answer.
Yep.
Focus a hot jet of explosive gas which melts a hole in the armour and does unpleasant things to whatever's on the other side.
Yes, very unpleasant.
Yeah.
That picture, like the GIF, whatever the animation, I thought that was representing C.
No.
Nope.
That's awesome. Woo.
It's a shaped charge.
Yep.
I can die happy.
All right, 28. What is the top speed of an M1 Abrams tank? Is it 35 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour, or 45 miles per hour? Farmer's boy's quick with that answer.
Maybe he might know.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, a lot of the British tanks have a supposed top speed, and what you don't realise is that's restricted. And of course, in times of war, the restrictors get taken out.
And the correct answer was turbine engines enable the kind of power to weight ratio that lets the 60+ ton Abrams move up to 45 miles an hour.
They have
C
to.
Was the correct answer.
They have to slow down going around corners because otherwise they'll throw a track. That's how fast 60+ ton tank is at 45 mile an hour. You can't just take a corner at that speed. You have to slow down.
That's
They kind of want to keep going the same direction, right?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Second last question. What was the primary tank used by the US in the Vietnam War? Was it the M48 Patton, the M60, or the M1 Abrams?
I think it's that one. Mind you, the Vietnam War did cover quite a few years, didn't it?
It did.
Hmm. Yes, Irish stew. Used to know a lad with a Yamaha TZR 125. They should have had a power valve, but the dealers wouldn't fit it unless you had a license. And a friend of ours had one, and they basically just locked the power valve in a closed position. And every time we went in for a service, he'd bring it to us, throw us a tenner, and we'd open the power valve back up for him. It'd do 100 mile an hour, genuine 100 mile an hour.
And the correct answer was...
Balls.
While the M60 was the most commonly used tank in the 1960s, the tank used in the Vietnam were the M48 Pattons.
I went completely the wrong way.
Thought so.
That was mean. I saw M60 as soon as the answer popped up, and I thought I got it wrong.
Yeah, well, the M60 was around, but they didn't use them.
No, they used the A304.
What was the first main
There was a
battle
motorway
tank?
joke, and I made up the motorway. Sorry, please continue.
The first main battle tank, what was it? Was it the American M46 Patton?
It
was it the Russian KV2, or was it the British Centurion?
If anybody can read what's on my shelf, it was that one. And
All
best
right,
of
hang
luck.
on. I just need to do a screenshot. Zoom in. Enhance.
What do you think this is? CSI?
Yeah.
Enhance.
I think
it's one of them. Doing a neutral turn.
Wait, what's it look like? Let me move my chat window.
Looks like that.
It does look like a tank. Fuck. Oh, stab in the dark. Let's do
Irish stew. First main battle tank. Your mama. Nice one.
But wasn't the first main battle tank Andre the Giant?
No.
Oh well.
No.
No.
If you chose C, you were correct. The Centurion wasn't referred to as a main battle tank in 1945, but it accomplished so much more than prior medium tanks that it was called the Universal Tank, and established the idea that one tank could combine mobility and firepower with decent armour.
Yep.
Well, I got 60%. I'm happy with that.
And there you go.
I'll put your scores out in the peanuts.
We are the champions.
Peanuts, see what you
my
got.
friends. Sorry.
I think I know what my score was.
That was your tank quiz for the day.
Oh, okay.
Farmers.
Can I just say? Can I just say?
No, I was going to say it.
Go on then.
Thanks for that, Paul.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
I knew you were going to say that, so I'm trying to catch you up.
How'd you do, Farmer's Boy? 28?
You keep going.
29? You didn't get 30. You even said you got one of them wrong.
Clive got 23.
I said I thought I might have one of them.
You guessed one, but you got it right, didn't you?
Okay, who beat
You know what,
Clive?
Farmer's Boy? You're dead to me. Except when we do that experiment. When is that happening?
Hey, ask Grumpus. That's all down to our great British weather. So
yeah, we can do it in the rain.
Really?
Yeah, if you're English, you were raised in the rain. Like, I mean, I love the rain.
Look, as a great man once said, just because you can doesn't mean to say you should.
Yeah, I thought Truth Nerds might have got it a few more
as
right.
I say,
so, Clive,
if you can, might as fucking well.
But I have to say that there was a small amount of pride in getting every single one right.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Well, I think Truth Nerds may have beat Clive.
Hell, I got every single one right too, except for the 3 I got wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
that's almost like that statistics thing, isn't it? 60% of the time, it works every time.
there's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics.
Well, I think that deserves a cigarette. Do
Off
I
you go.
just do
Off
I
you
just
go then.
do the Riley screen, or do I take your bastards outside with me? It's getting sunny.
Zebulon said I actually got some right this time. Oh, good
That's
on you,
not.
Zeb.
See, I'm not the only tank nerd here. He says, "Quick, hide all the books. Don't look at the books." Oh, this is what because I suppose the Peanuts wouldn't have seen this. That is a 3-man Scorpion tank.
Nice. Who made the Scorpion?
Oh, well, Alvis. It's British. We had some of these in the Falklands. We don't use them anymore. This is just the turret that I'm making for a German Leopard 2 tank. Same scale.
Are they both the same scale?
Same scale.
Holy shit!
Now you can see why main battle tanks weigh so much.
Oh, I can't wait to see this when it's finished.
Your video, Farmer.
No worries.
How long do you think it will take you to finish the model?
Christ knows. Actually, this one isn't too far off. I've got the basic colours down. Now I've got to pick out the details. And
I don't care about the colours. I mean, putting the big one together. I mean, I'd love to see it when it's all coloured, but I mainly want to just hurry up and see how big the bastard is. I guess I could Google it.
Hang on.
I think I need to start doing modelling, or putting stuff together is quite fun. Like I could go and steal all the Meccano they used to build the Eiffel Tower. That's a beast.
Next to the little.
Yeah.
Same scale. 3-man tank.
That big one could run the other one over. How many?
Oh yeah. That's a 4-man tank. That's a 3-man tank. But you know, this was built for reconnaissance. Yeah. This is the one that they de-restricted. This could go some.
The 4th man in the big one runs the kitchen, right?
And that's what I didn't mention in case it was another question. Every British armoured vehicle made since the Second World War has something called a boiling vessel. And it's basically inside the turret, and you heat up your rations with it by heating up water.
Oh.
And they call it the kettle, because if you just created hot water to heat your ration bags and things up, what have you got left? You got hot water to make a cup of tea. Because this is one of the most important things to any British soldier, particularly them inside tanks. They want a cup of tea. So you'll find that from Centurion onwards, all the tanks, all the armoured personnel carriers, anything like that, they all have a boiling vessel inside, so you can heat your rations up and make a cup of tea without getting out of the tank.
Nice. I love the biscuits from ration packs. They were bloody brilliant. They got the ones that are designed to like clog you up, like so if you like the snipers.
They're the AB biscuits. And I remember them from my Army Cadet days, and we're fairly sure that AB stood for arse blockers.
Yeah, that's it, probably.
They're basically Garibaldi's, aren't they?
Yeah, I got them because I went to work at my uncle. He had a military surplus shop in Maidstone. And I bloody loved it. Like that was my first time, I'd never had like any army stuff. And so I had the American tropical camouflage trousers, which are amazing in the summer because they were so like such a thin material.
Yeah.
Oh, they were brilliant. And then the German para boots were comfortable as fuck. Oh, they were amazing. Great for walking. I like the British Army boots too, but yeah, German para boots were the shit.
Over in Discord chat, Duranku put something up.
That is based on a Sherman, I would say. Certainly the hull is very Sherman-esque. The turret, not quite so much, but yeah, I don't think that's actual real tank. But that certainly looks like it's based on a Sherman.
Where do you guys go in the Discord for this shit? Like
Fair suck of the Sav.
okay.
If you can see that, well, you should be able to because it's above. Have a go, you mug.
Top.
Yes, Zebulon.
Oh, right
I
at the-
need a
right at
I
the
need a
very
BV
top.
here in the office. Yeah, yeah. That's that. I would say that's the closest I can think of. Is that's based on a Sherman, the early model, with the way the hatches and the view blocks are in the front of the hull because they realised during the war that was a vulnerable point, and the later Shermans got rid of all that, so it's just a front angle plate, just a smooth angle plate. That's the sort of thing you learn during the war. You find out when your tank's got weak spots and you get rid of them. The Shermans used to have hatches in the side, and that's pretty much where they painted their big white star. So that's where the Germans aimed at.
Yeah, like basically testing it in the field, isn't it? And then improving as you go. Kind of like we did with the shape of the Earth, Gary. You know, we had ideas and then we tested it in the field. You should try it. All right, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Fine.
While that's happening,
See, I know I've got extra impetus to try and get some of these kits finished because somebody wants to see them.
and I'm not
The
waiting.
sun is not actually yellow. You've
Shush, Simon.
He's up, Dan. Blimey.
Yeah, he's butting in on our conversation.
I'm very good at starting these things, and I'm bloody good at finishing them.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. But the completed doesn't really bother me as much as the actual procedure and pieces that take a bit of fettling or whatever to make them fit.
Certainly on my list of things to get is a selfie stick that's also a tripod. So if I get that, I might be able to set my phone up because my webcam just can't do it from here. I might have to film some of the the bits and the bobs. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the tricky stuff, the technical stuff.
Yeah, that means I'm going to have a tidy up as well. Dear God, what a state it is over there.
Well, you've only got to record, 5 minutes or something, or 5, just for one section.
Yeah. I'll have to have a think about that. Sort of just do bits rather than just go. I don't think I'll be able to do the whole thing because
No. Well, we've been discussing this for a while. How we could work something in.
Yeah, the fiddly bits, the tracks, the etch brass, just the sheer mundane things like you glue things together and nothing's quite right, and then you got to use filler, and some kits are better than others.
That'd be a separate one then, wouldn't it? Like showing the comparison between kits for different things that can be a problem or whatever.
This run wasn't very good. This one, big letdown.
I couldn't see you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this German Leopard tank, it's a crap kit. It really is. Bloody awful.
Did anyone watch a bit of McToon and Raichi?
I got a family feeling I watched that the first time round because that's like a condensed version, isn't it?
Yeah, it only goes for 35 minutes.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain I watched the original. There's an awful lot of face palming goes on in there, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
If I could play a certain section of it with Reishi in it, so we won't play the whole lot of that one. I'll grab that anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, bless her heart. She's both ignorant and extremely gullible, and she's started listening. Well, she started listening to primarily the wrong person, whose name is up on the screen, and that was her biggest mistake. I'm sure I know why that happened because I'm sure he would have been how do we put this, sniffing around.
Yeah.
Knowing his track record and his various proclivities, and then Rachel comes along, and yeah.
Hello, wonderful person. You can pause for now.
Don't really hear much of Riley anymore.
No, I don't know what's happened to him. I mean, he'll still crop up in the comments of sort of various videos, you know, generally other flat earthers offering support and then having to go at anybody who dares to leave a comment. But see what he's done recently.
So I've got two from Anton. I've got either we just got closer to solving how life started on Earth, or major updates about Aurora and the sound phenomenon reported for years. So I've got either for them. So we'll flip a coin for those two. We'll get the peanuts to vote between the two of that one.
Oh yes, I watched Fight the Flat Earth stream from last night. Waste of time that was.
Yeah, and I just scrolled past that. I didn't know what that was in that one.
Well, the guy had got on was quite clearly a Poe, but he didn't want to play. I mean, in the end, after 10 to 15, well, it might even have been 10 minutes, 15 minutes of Craig desperately trying to get him to say anything. He just booted him. It's just a waste of space.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he probably picked him up from Facebook or somewhere?
Yeah, I think FGFE said that he'd basically created a new account like 3 hours before he started sort of spamming Craig with stuff, and he barely said a word. It was all really rather pointless. So he booted him and just got a few guys on to have a chat with him, and that's as far as I got because I thought, oh well, whatever. So I've been catching up on me streaming. I've caught up on Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I'm done for that.
God, how boring is that? I've also watched the first 3 episodes of the new series of The Boys.
What's that
God. That's on Amazon. That's all about the superheroes, but they're not nice people.
Okay.
The 3rd series has just started. It's quite good. Carl Urban's in it, and yeah, the first episode of series 3 is different.
So what's this one about superheroes?
It's called The Boys.
Okay, I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, that's quite good. That's a different twist on superheroes. They're more manufactured, I guess, and they're not nice people. Not nice at all.
I think I binge watched the Obi-Wan last night.
Yeah, I got to say I'm not impressed with that. It's you know.
Yeah, I didn't know where they. I thought they might have done Obi-Wan when he was younger, instead of more so when he was older, like before the movie versions of him when he was in that movie.
Yeah, I mean they're trying to fill in that gap, you know, where you've got from the end of whichever bloody one where Anakin becomes Darth Vader, and you know, and Leia goes off. Leia's taken away, and Luke's taken away, and of course Obi-Wan says, "I'll go and keep an eye on Luke," and it's all that bit, but it's just so it's boring. It's like, well, come on then, it's not going to happen.
Well, probably not a lot really happened, so they have to dramatise it.
Yeah, but yeah.
But there's no hints in any of the other movies that would have led to anything that could have happened in the meantime. Because he faces Darth Vader briefly.
Yes, he does.
Well, no, sorry, spoilers here. Trying to be careful. Somebody might
he
not have
obviously
seen
he obviously thought, you know, Anakin was dead because he'd pretty much left him for dead on that volcano world or whatever it was called. I can't remember. But yeah, I ain't that impressed with it, I have to admit.
How do you vote 4 for out of 2?
Well, it's got to be 4, obviously. It's either 4 or D.
Well, I've only got 4 videos anyway that I found. I've got Psyman.
Yeah, Clive, that's the problem when they're retconning stuff. You know, we all remember what we saw in the original film and then everything going forward. And now they're having to, you know, they'll somehow retcon around all of this and rewrite the whole Star Wars history. No doubt.
Isn't there another Psyman down? Or is that only the one? I got the short one, but is there another one? I got Is the Sun Actually Yellow? That's the last one.
That's the short. Yeah, that's the short one.
Okay. Can't find any. If he's done another one.
What did he do? Well,
I'm looking.
he would have done one yesterday, wouldn't he?
Flat Earth Friday, Tinfoil Tuesday.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Flat Earth is of TikTok taking over.
TikTok, that was it. TikTok, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. Move that up. Okay, where's the Reishi one? Oh.
That's right, Dora. The cold planet was called Hoth, so the hot planet must be called Kolth. Why do we call this planet Hoth? Hoth? Because it's bloody cold.
Okay, that's the.
I'm sure that was done in one of the Family Guy piss takes.
Okay, so it went for 35 minutes.
Oh, already?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to cherry pick a section out somewhere.
Just goes to show that you need more than a pretty face.
I'll go there. I know it goes for 35, but if we get probably a 10-minute, I'll get 10 minutes out of it then. So that's there. What's that? 9:52.
Yeah, pretty much Rachy.
Go about there. Yep. Do you want to get to about there?
See it due east at the same time.
So the only rebuttal basically I've got to say is I will have to get back to you when I've tried to get a flat Earth map together. But at the moment I can't really say, but I do think it would be able to work on a flat Earth. That's pretty much all I got for now. Okay, so my first claim is that the moon self-illuminates. It should be seen during the new moon, and the moon landings never happened. So during the new moon, the Earth shine should illuminate the moon. The excuse is that we can't see the moon during the day, because obviously it's daylight. The problem with that is that we can see the moon during the day. Another reason we should see the moon during the new moon is because the moon self-illuminates. So in the link from NASA, it says, to quote part of it, as limited time, it says it's demonstrating that the moon literally glows in the dark when there is no sunlight or earth shine. Now, onto the moon landings being faked. I'm sure most of you have heard or seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
Yeah.
Where you can literally see them faking the shape of the Earth through the window. Among the other things in there, like the timing of the moon landings, how long it took to get there and get back. Not going to suggest playing it again due to limited time, but as well as the shadows on the moon, being that the light from the sun is meant to be parallel, the shadows are not parallel, they're in different directions, suggesting that they're in a studio of some kind. They get them to fall over on the moon, and if that was really on the moon to 250,000 miles away, then they wouldn't really get them to fall over on the moon, because obviously if they crack the helmet or they rip the suit on a rock or something, they're going to be exposed to the vacuum of space, and therefore
They
it will
wouldn't want them to
instantly
fall
kill them,
over.
basically. So they wouldn't do that. So basically,
dear.
in my opinion, that the people kept going up to the astronauts and they kept asking them, can you swear on the Bible that you've been to the moon? And they would not swear no matter what. Now, in my opinion, that is telling, and it is basically damning evidence, because there's only one reason you wouldn't swear on the Bible, and that's if you didn't go to the moon. Because if they didn't believe in the Bible and they were telling the truth, then they would have no problem swearing on it, because they don't believe in it, right? That basically shows that they didn't go to the moon because they couldn't swear on the Bible. And obviously they'd want to shut up all the people who was accusing them and, you know, shut down all the naysayers. But obviously there's only one reason you wouldn't swear on that Bible, and that is if you are lying and you believe in the Bible. Because other than that, if you didn't believe in it, or if you did believe in it and you was telling the truth, then you would swear on it. So that shows us that they do believe in the Bible and that they was lying. And yeah, I think that's basically about it.
So they didn't swear, so therefore fake. Okay.
Here is Eugene Cernan swearing on the Bible. There he is, putting his hand on the Bible. Now, I gave the link to this to our webmaster Ken, the OG Ken, who should be putting it up on the website mctoon.net/SCT-2. Sorry, it's in the description. So this is Eugene Cernan swearing on the Bible. Now, there were two other astronauts that also swore on the Bible. So the astronauts did, in fact, swear on the Bible. So that, there, I stopped the share, sorry, without warning you. That is an untrue claim. Three of them did swear on the Bible. Now, a well-educated Christian who believes in the Bible would know that Matthew 5 says that you should not swear on anything, especially the Bible, and that you should just have your yes be yes and your no be no. So I would not expect somebody that would be a observant Christian to agree to swear in the Bible. They would just say, yes, I went to the moon. The moon is self-illuminating. Do you have any peer-reviewed citations for that? I know you maybe want to get them and then we can get them later or something, but do you have any that you can cite?
I have NASA.
If the moon is self-illuminating, then we would expect that there would not be shadows from craters and things like that as the sunlight or the illumination path crosses it. So something about, I didn't quite get it. The new moon, we should not see it, or we should see it. I'm not sure, but when I'll bring up the globe again here. So if the sun's over here and the moon is here, right? So we have a new moon. So we don't see the moon because it's dark. Well, we can see it still. We always, but the sun hits the earth and the light bounces off the earth and illuminates the moon. It's called earth shine. We do expect a little bit of that when you expose we have a camera and you overexpose the actual moon part of it. The moon blows out and you get a bunch of glare, but then you can see the earth shine. And this is the most important one, and I've seen this, that there must be multiple light sources is the claim. Well, if there are multiple light sources, then there would be multiple shadows at everything. Everything say there's two light sources, then a rock would cast two shadows, not just one.
So basically, you're saying that you won't believe that the moon glows in the dark because it's not peer reviewed, but yet it's NASA. Like all of
I just want to see. I just want to see the actual citation and have a chance to look at it and see what they're talking about. See if they're actually saying that the entire moon is self-illuminating, or if they're saying that photons come from it, but it's not significant quantity. That'd be what I'd want to see, because I did see you had a screenshot of something from NASA, but I did you read the whole thing, and does that actually say what you hope that it says?
Well, the citation's in Discord, and basically it says that without any earth shine and without any sunlight, there is like luminescence because of the solar rays. So they give off luminescence even though the sunlight isn't hitting it, and even though the moonlight is the earth shine isn't hitting it. So.
Okay. Did you read the whole thing?
Not all of it.
Okay. Does it actually support your position?
It's a surprise.
I believe so, as it says it glows in the dark, which means that it gives off sunlight, and especially if it's not in the sunlight or the earth shine. So,
well, I'll have a look at it. I suspect, and we'll have this in the we'll link this in the notes here. I suspect it doesn't support what you want it to support, but without reading it, I can't really address it directly.
okay,
so, all right.
Fair enough.
What about the Eugene Cernan swearing on the Bible?
Honestly, I don't know who that is, but it'd be better if we could see like Buzz Aldrin or Michael Collins or
doesn't know who Eugene Cernan is.
The other one.
Well, there were
Neil
12.
Armstrong.
There's 12 astronauts. 3 of them, there's 12 astronauts that walked on the moon. 3 of them swore in the Bible, and I showed you the video of one of them, Eugene Cernan. So you said none of them swore in the Bible. I showed you a video of one of them swearing on the Bible.
That's fair enough, but some of them would be happy that they don't believe in the Bible, and therefore they'd be happy lying on it. So, but some of them might believe in the Bible, and therefore they're not happy to swear on it, so they wouldn't.
Yeah. So like Buzz and Neil are Christians, and so I would not expect them to. So is Charlie Duke. I wouldn't expect him. I think the majority of them are. So I actually would be surprised to that. I actually was surprised that Eugene did, because I guess I don't know his faith. I haven't seen what he says about it. But if somebody, like I said, Matthew 5 says you're not supposed to swear on anything.
Even if they was in a court of law and they was asked to swear on the Bible?
I guess that's a different thing. But they weren't in a court of law.
True, they wasn't in a court of law, but you say that they're not meant to if they're Christian. So does that mean that if you're in a court of law, you can just say, well, I'm Christian, I'm not going to swear on it?
I don't, and maybe that has been done, but I guess that's not the topic today, though, is it? The timing, is there anything specific you can say about that? Because I don't know. I'm unfamiliar. You just said the timings didn't work.
I forgot what it's called now. Oh, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. There was basically, with the timing that there was meant to be halfway to the moon, they couldn't have been halfway to the moon because of the Earth basically through the window. Like, there wasn't enough distance away in order to be halfway to the moon. So therefore the timing wouldn't have been right if that was the case, kind of thing. Because obviously the Earth would have been a lot smaller than what it actually was through the window, kind of thing. Did
the video include the distance calculations and the angular size prediction?
Not entirely sure, but it did have the timing from when they went, I think from when they left, kind of thing, and what the timing was at that precise moment, and the day, kind of thing. They had the real and the timing and the date, and they was basically saying that the timing didn't match.
Okay, well, it'd be nice if you brought a little of that detail in, so that we could examine it right now, but I can't look at it. You just say the timing is wrong, and don't give me the analysis. I can't do anything with that. So I would suggest
5 minutes, so
yeah, I would suggest that that it on actual analysis that it probably doesn't have any inconsistencies at all. So
well, that's fair enough because you haven't seen it. So
falling over, can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, if you was 250,000 miles away from the Earth on a moon, which is a vacuum, basically, you wouldn't tell them to fall over on purpose, as they apparently did. They told them to,
fall over.
No, they didn't.
Experiment kind of thing. And it's like, you wouldn't literally do that, because if they crack the helmet or if they ripped their suit on a rock or something,
No, this was only recent.
then obviously they're going to be exposed to the vacuum of space, and they would pretty much instantly die. So
they knew with the environment that they were going to, so they were intentionally building it to be able to withstand the rigors of what they're going to be having there. So I don't know why that's a problem.
Well, it's a problem because if there was a tear, and I mean, I know you say, like, obviously that it was probably designed for that, like, kind of thing, But then, like, obviously, if they're designing it for that, then they're going to have to make it more thick and that, like, and it only takes for one thing to be, like, a rock to be too sharp, or, like I said, like, for them to accidentally fall on the head and crack the helmet, and they're pretty much instantly dead. So obviously,
Yeah,
you
so-
just wouldn't risk that, would you?
So too thick.
That's not how it works.
So they didn't make it thick enough. How thick did they make it, and how thick should it be?
You wouldn't take the risk, though.
I don't know why that is the necessary conclusion. They intentionally built it to be rugged.
What from the Apollo missions have you seen and proved to be fake?
Petrified wood.
What the fuck? That's not from the scientific papers on data samples from the Apollo moon landings. My goodness, and the petrified wood, you should definitely do a little research first. That was never claimed to be from NASA. That was a.
I'm still not
what's wrong
going
with
to.
the petrified wood?
All right, I'll tell you about the petrified wood. I think I minimized it already. So the petrified wood thing is not actually real. It's not a thing. So it was a tour in 1969 when some of the astronauts came. They did a tour around the world. And they came to the Netherlands, and the former prime minister, who had been out of office for 10 years, was the one who later showed up with this claimed petrified wood. Now, NASA was not giving out samples at the time. They typically gave it to current heads of state, not former heads of state. And they did not give it out from the astronauts. It was the State Department, the US State Department, that gave it out. None of it matches. And in fact, in the actual, the display doesn't even say it's from the moon. It just says, with the compliments, the ambassador of the United States of America, J. William Mittendorf II, to commemorate the visit to the Netherlands of the Apollo 11 astronauts, and then their names, and then October 9, 1969. That's the actual plaque. It doesn't say this is a moon rock. It just says with the compliments to commemorate the visit. And then the rock is somehow in that collection. How did that rock get associated with thinking it was moon rock? It is unknown, but but there is no actual claim that rock is from NASA. I like doing it this time of year because the first time I measured the radius of the Earth myself was 2 years ago on the December solstice in 2019. And here are some pictures I took on that day. There is my setup, a tripod there. I measured the length of the shadow and the height of the tripod. I use that to get the angle to the sun at local solar noon. 22.54 degrees is the angle. So that went in. There were two others of us that did it the same day, same time. Not same time, different solar noon for everybody. I got an elevation of the sun of 3,162 miles. Now somebody else on the same day got an elevation, assuming flat Earth, sorry. This is very important. This is not assuming that the Earth is a sphere. This is assuming that the Earth is flat. 3,047 they got. And somebody else got 4,468. Strange, they all get different answers. But let's just go with mine, 3,100. It's commonly said, and this goes back to Samuel Rowbotham, that the sun is about 3,000 miles in elevation. Measuring it on the right days at mid-latitudes gives you about 3,000, assuming the Earth is flat. So what I did is I just did a little bit of triangulation. So let's take it at 3,000 miles, all right?
Okay, so basically you're using trigonometry for something that's you can't really use trigonometry for, because obviously you're going to have optical effects and things at play, which is going to obviously change the angle of things and where you see them. And obviously I don't think the sun is 3,000 miles high. To me, it would probably be something like 200 miles high in order to be able, like you said, if you was to use the trigonometry
200
in order to
miles?
do it, then obviously it would have to be like less than 3,000 miles high. But that's excluding any other factors. So obviously, if you do it on pen and paper, sure, or on a simulation program, sure, then you're going to get that kind of answer. But you're not including the atmosphere and all the other effects that come into play. So no, I don't believe that like you can just do it with triangles to triangulate the distance to the sun. But I believe it's like a lot less than 3,000 miles. It's probably something like 200, 250, probably even less than that. And
wow.
basically.
All right, what's your 200 miles based on?
Well, based on doing the trigonometry like you have, I've done the trigonometry and I know how much
She's done it.
You just said I can't use trigonometry.
No, but I haven't finished. I've done the trigonometry like you did, and I noticed that it wouldn't set. But obviously, with how high it would be above the horizon, you've got to then take into consideration all the effects. And we know things disappear bottom up. And obviously, that
It's
would
got
happen
nothing to
the
do
sun
with that.
distance as well. So therefore, when the sun travels away with distance, it's going to start to appear lower and lower in the sky. So therefore, you will get that lower angle than if you was just using trigonometry alone, because you're not taking into consideration any factors whatsoever of the atmosphere or any other optical effects that might come into play with it. All you're doing is basically
So
a triangle.
like what does the atmosphere do to distant objects?
It makes them appear to disappear bottom up.
And the peer-reviewed citation for that?
Well, it's what you would call refraction, but you think it works the other way. I mean, it can work both ways, but most of the time it works the other way. So that things disappear bottom up, kind of thing. And
but how does where's the peer-reviewed citation that shows that the sun that refraction should cause things to disappear bottom up? I've never seen that.
Okay, well, peer review I wouldn't really agree with, because that's kind of consensus, isn't it? It's like me saying to you.
Oh, it's peer review is the opposite of consensus.
I wouldn't really say it is, because it's like me asking you to peer review something of mine. You're peer reviewing it. You agree with me.
Is there anything she knows anything about?
Oh, that's not how peer review works. Not at all. That when something's peer reviewed, the reviewer wants to shoot it down. It's something that they desire to do. And once something's published, even more, the people that are the other people in that particular field, if they think it's wrong, they definitely want to shoot it down, because then they get all the street cred from the people that they shot down. So peer review isn't consensus. It's the opposite of consensus. It is a vulture's feast if you get it wrong.
Yeah, he says that the other side, so the one side was closer to the moon. So obviously, again, it's not from the center of the mass. So if you had the mass of the Earth and then you had the water here and the water underneath it and the moon was up here, then this bit of water is closer. So it's basically trying to pull on it harder. So it's not from the center. And the bottom would cause a tide because of the centrifugal force. It's ridiculous, in my opinion. There's a lecture that I sent from Richard Feynman to the Discord as well, which basically tells you what I've just said, that it's pulling on the mass of the water instead of the mass of the Earth as a whole. So it's not pulling from the center of the mass, it's pulling the water closest to it. And then this bit gets pulled off by centrifugal force, which again is ridiculous when it's meant to be the center of the masses. And now obviously space time. So kind of doesn't fit. They tell you that it reduces to newtons, but it doesn't. There's a document that says that in one document it says that linearized gravity predicts that the motion of masses produces magnetic gravitational effects very similar to those of electromagnetism. On one final note, somewhat troublesome point, it says that it deserves further comment. Above, we showed that general relativity reduces to Newtonian gravity in an appropriate limit, but strictly speaking, we went beyond the linear approximation to show this. If one stays consistently within the linear approximation, one predicts that the test particles and the test bodies are unaffected by gravity. Einstein himself apparently said, since the mathematics have invaded the theory of relativity, I do not understand it myself. That's what Einstein said himself, that he did not understand the theory of relativity itself since the mathematics got involved.
All right. Well, that was a lot, and I disagree. QED. I'm kidding. That's basically what you did with the last one. So I have stuff here. First of all, Einstein did not disagree with Newton. Here is a quote from him. No one must think that Newton's great creation can be overthrown in any real sense by this or any other theory. His clear and wide ideas will forever retain their significance as the foundation on which our modern conceptions of physics have been built. And there is the citation there for when he said that. You did reference Feynman. Feynman definitely does not disagree with Einstein about gravity and mass attracting mass. And the most important thing is, none of what you said actually addresses the problem for flat Earth, which is that mass does attract mass. So if there's 100 other theories about how gravity works, all of them include mass attracting mass, and don't help the flat Earth at all, because a flat Earth would collapse as long as it's over the potato radius, which is about 200 to 300 kilometers, which the Earth certainly is. So none of it, at best, even if you're right on everything, none of it actually refutes mass attracting mass. But and I don't know where you got that Einstein's field equations do not reduce to the Newtonian limit. They do, in fact. So I have right here, mctoon.net/Einstein, 4 different citations. The first 3 are Einstein's field equations reducing the Newtonian limit, and the 4th one is the Newtonian limit expanding to Einstein's field equation. Now, it has been empirically confirmed. You don't just hand wave things that have been empirically confirmed. For example, Haefel-Keating. They took 2 clocks, cesium clocks. They flew them in opposite directions around the Earth, and they left at different times, and they left a pair of clocks stationary. Total of 4 clocks, 2 moving, 2 stationary. They compared the time before and after. The times that they went one way, the times they went the other way. Gained time and lost time. They were extremely accurate, and the prediction matched the observation. Einstein relativity confirmed. Another one, the very first one, was Eddington 1919, when they saw the light of stars bending around the sun due to its gravity. But none of that really. We don't even need to go that. We can just measure to see if mass attracts mass. And there are many experiments and measurements of that. I have them on my website, mc2.net/G. You can see, I think I have 18 of them here, including my favorite one, which is they used not a torsion balance, but they used liquid mercury. They used several tons, not mercury. Yes, mercury. They used several tons of liquid mercury and moved them around above and below these balances to see what happened. And it worked. Gravity confirmed.
I lost track of a number of straw man arguments made in there.
Yeah.
If you're going to try and debunk something, try to understand it and get your facts straight first.
Yeah, she's a bit incoherent in some of her.
The problem is she's just heard this from other flat Earth sources, and she's just, with no comprehension at all, she's parroted them. I mean, the spacesuits, the spacesuits they wore for the moon landings, they didn't want. They tried as hard as they could not to fall over, mainly because they didn't want to get too much of the dust and dirt on their suits, because it started to overload the cooling system. And the fact that the missions where they were, staying there longer, they were tramping all of that dust and dirt back inside the lunar module. And if you see the photos, particularly of the 2 guys on Apollo 17, they're filthy. And they know at no point did they say, "Could you fall over, please, just to test your spacesuits?" I mean, it's just
that's ridiculous.
Oh, if they fell over, they might crack their visor.
And,
what happens when you fall over?
In fairness to Rachie, though, that was several years back. Yeah,
I
think she's come a distance since then.
I hope
seems
so.
to be a bit more reasonable. But all I would say is, when you find yourself in a hole, best thing to do is stop digging.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all of
Started
that.
out in a hole and just kept digging.
Keep quoting that bloody awful film that Bart Sibrel did. And if anybody has, and I'm sure all of the Peanuts have, go and watch the thorough debunking that Jem Panda did of that film. He did it as a series. It's superb.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't think you'll find a finer example of debunking bullshit than what Jem did. I mean, everything the guy said in that film was a lie. Basically everything. And of course, he's the guy that Buzz Aldrin thumped.
Well,
that guy.
Bart Sibrel is a walking, talking asshat.
Yes.
And he had hounded and pestered Buzz everywhere Buzz Aldrin went for a long time.
Yeah.
Over that swear on the Bible stuff. And I don't blame Buzz for a second. Screw you. Who are you?
Yeah.
Don't tell me to swear on the Bible. Take your Bible and go to your house. Do what you like, but stop yelling at me.
Yeah.
No, he's outright calling the guy a liar, and that's what got him popped in the face.
Yeah.
Did that get
Sibrel asked for it, and
yeah.
Oh yeah, some films Sibrel asked for it, and Buzz obliged him.
Yeah. Went to court, and that's basically what the judge said. Hey, you got what you were asking for.
Yep. And people still reference that god awful film as proof that the moon landings were fake. It's just.
Has anyone got a link to Jem Panda's channel, please? Well, what's it called? Because I can't find it under Jem Panda.
It's called Humans.
Yeah, it's not under Jem
It's
Panda.
called Humans of Earth.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look for Humans of Earth, and you'll find that. And he's got some excellent series on there. But the whole a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. He's got them all split up into segments, but he's also got the whole thing all put together. It's an hour and 37 minutes.
Right.
And it is the best debunking, just about the best debunking video I've ever seen.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the side chat for people.
Yeah, Humans of Earth.
I will watch that.
You already done it, Dream Fondle. Oh, he beat me to it. Oh, Buggy, yeah, I'm going to post one too. There.
Because he's done another little brief series in the last few months called A Not So Brief History of Flat Earth. That's worth watching too. That's very good. Jem knows how to do his homework. He knows how to research things, unlike the idiot flat earthers, of course. Because, of course, if you research something properly, then I'm sorry, you can't be a flat earther because,
How many episodes is there?
Talking about research, I need to find a lawyer. I've written down my interpretation of the Fourth Amendment for a Frauditor video, and I would like a lawyer to look at it and tell me if I've got it right.
Well, you'll know a legal expert.
Who?
Anthony Riley.
Oh, definitely. The only thing he's actually no, I was going to say the only thing he's expert in is printing off a fake certificate, but he's not even expert in that. I've seen it.
I mean, come on, he's been to court no end of times and lost.
Well, just because you've been to court a lot doesn't make you an expert.
No way, he's an expert at getting it wrong and losing. Oh dear.
He thinks he's basically an expert on everything. Sadly, he isn't an expert on a single thing.
We have got legal professionals within the debunking community, but I can't remember who any of them are at the moment.
Yeah, I've joined Law Talk with Mike's Discord, seeing if I can get a hold of him or anyone else in there that might know what they're talking about. I mean, I guess I could just ask some smart Americans, Blue.
What is the Fourth Amendment?
I'll see if I can come up with some smart Americans.
Yeah, Blue will know. I'm sure.
Can I just read the few paragraphs I've got and just see if you guys think I've interpreted it correctly?
Go for it.
All right. So I'm doing a fraud video on Chile, and he's sort of broken the Fourth Amendment into 3 parts, even though it's one continuous sentence. But so the first part is to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. So to me, that is basically saying that, you know, you and your possessions are protected unless there is a reasonable reason to search and or seize your property or detain you, etc. Right?
That is correct.
Cool. Because like the argument of this bloke is that Terry versus Ohio violates the Fourth Amendment, which it doesn't, because Terry versus Ohio says that as long as it's reasonable, it's okay. So then the next part is, and no warrant shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation. And so, like, to me, the oath thing would either be, well, it's probably mostly, you know, like if you take the oath in court, but it could also maybe refer to, you know, the oath that police officers have to take, you know, as part of becoming a police officer. And then affirmation is basically, that's basically like a formal declaration for people that won't take the oath. Is that right?
I'm going to look up the Fourth Amendment so I can read it.
I could pop it onto the screen if you want. I've got a picture of it. I'll just add an image quick.
As Stewie says, Terry versus beer bottles is a better show.
Nice.
No, not this week.
It is in this folder.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. An expert is a drip under pressure.
All right, so is that readable for you guys?
Oh yeah, I can. I'll pin it. I'll pin it bigger for the.
Cool. Thank you.
There we go. So
it's basically like really.
You want me to read it out? What's
Easier
written
to.
There? Oh, it was the same as what you wrote, but read.
Yeah, I haven't read the last bit yet because Chile broke it into 3 parts.
Okay.
Which
I'll read the whole lot out.
Silly.
So it's the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath and affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized.
Yeah, and it's really pretty simple.
All right. Yeah, and then like the last part is just basically, you know, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized is basically just saying that they need to be sure they're going to the right house and or, you know, stopping the right person, basically.
Oh, that's really not what it says.
No?
What it's actually pointing at is the police do not have the right, the authorities do not have the right to come to my house and say, we have a search warrant and we're going to search for any fucking thing that we want to. The warrant has to specifically describe the place being searched and what they're looking for.
Ah, okay. All right.
Otherwise,
so would that still include, obviously, if it's describing the place and or the person, so that would that also include like them obviously having to make sure that it is the correct house?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
the correct
have
person.
the address.
Yeah, you got to make sure it's the correct.
And it must also describe what they're looking for.
But you got to describe what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You can't just pitch up on spec and say, let's see what we can find.
Right.
Exactly.
That's a fishing expedition and you ain't allowed to do that.
Yeah, we're looking for potatoes. If you've got any potatoes on your premises, you're going to jail.
No, it's literally, hello, we've got a warrant to search your premises. What for? Well, I don't know. Let's see what we can find.
Right.
No.
Fuck off. That's what it's protecting us against.
Awesome. And then, yeah, basically, like Terry versus Ohio is just saying that it gives the police the power to stop people, do a Terry stop if it's a reasonable, if they've got reasonable suspicion, which that does kind of confuse me, because that seems to me that it's already covered under the Fourth Amendment. But I don't know, maybe they made that, precedence because, I don't know, because it wasn't being understood. I don't know. But like, to me, the whole, like, against unreasonable searches and seizures, that's already basically saying the same thing as what Terry versus Ohio is.
I'm not familiar with that Ohio thing at all. I don't know what's being contended.
So basically, it was a landmark decision of the Supreme Court of the United States in 1968, in which the court ruled that it is not unconstitutional for American police to stop and frisk a person they reasonably suspect to be armed and involved in a crime. Okay, that is slightly different then.
Right.
If it's, armed and actually involved in a crime. But then it even says in it specifically, the decision held that a police officer does not violate the Fourth Amendment to the US Constitution's prohibition on unreasonable searches and seizures when he or she stops a suspect on the street and questions him or her, even though the officer lacks probable cause to arrest the person, so long as the police officer has a reasonable suspicion that the person has committed, is committing, or is about to commit a crime. So yeah, I guess that Terry versus Ohio just makes more stuff clear, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I don't understand Chile like delete laws, because his whole thing is that it violates the Fourth Amendment when it specifically states that it doesn't. But I don't know. Maybe I'm not smart enough. He claims to be a constitutional law expert, so
He's wrong.
Cool. Thank you, guys. Well, thank you, Blue, as well.
Okay.
What else you got for us, Terry?
Oh, read that. There we go. Okay, I'll narrow. Okay. So we just got closer to solving how life started on Earth. Anyone want to hazard a guess?
Aliens.
Yeah.
God spilt his Guinness into the primordial ooze. Is it before the Big Bang? There was the big insemination.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the sound of that.
John Rapp's giving you something out there. I don't know what that is.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, sir. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, that's all about the whole, police seizure of items not listed in the warrant.
Zebulon
Brilliant.
says law scholars still debate whether or not to stop and search is constitutional, not just morons on the YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It
because
just,
it's so easy for a police officer to simply say, I thought I smelled marijuana, or
that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And use that as probable cause.
I was just watching one the other day where an Uber driver got pulled up in the car park. Because he was in a certain area that was known to the police for drug dealers. So he pulled the passenger out. The passenger got done for something, and the police wanted to search the whole car and everything. And he was a lawyer as well that worked at the courthouse or something. The Uber driver.
See, when I lived in the States, I actually was me, my step uncle, and one of our neighbours. We were in the car travelling, and I was in the passenger seat, just smoking a cigarette, and I was flicking my ash out the window, and we got pulled over because he thought it was drugs. Like actually said he saw me hitting like a pipe, which I wasn't. I was smoking a cigarette. But at the time, I didn't. God, I'd only been here a couple of years, and to be honest, I still don't know the Constitution. I've never read the whole thing. Like I'm sort of learning as I go. But yeah, they searched us and the entire vehicle. And to be fair, that may have not been good enough probable cause. I don't know. Maybe I should go back and sue.
Are you doing with your mic?
You eating your mic?
Oh no, the wind.
Ah, he's got the window open.
Give us a look. Oh, okay. There you go. There he is. I was wondering what that was.
What?
That?
Move your curtain. What's he doing? What's going on?
You're having a curtain problem. Yeah, farmers can do it. You're having the window open.
I'm talking to you from behind my curtain.
Yeah.
Now he's muted.
Yeah, whatever
now you're muted, Limey.
We agree with you, Limey.
Yeah, we can't hear what you're saying, but
yeah, we agree with you.
Oh, I fucking muted myself, didn't I?
You did.
Yep. Bollocks.
You could have sworn then while you were muted.
I'll swear when I'm not muted. It just means I have to chuck money in the tin.
But
I
you
beat
the system. You cheat.
Yeah, I prepaid last time. I think I've still got a few.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to work out how to keep a tally up there. That's the only thing.
Here, hang on. Does that mean I've still got
No, not at all.
I need a bot. I need a bot to be able to keep record of all the swear words so I can see if they tally up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what was the a dollar? Was it $1 swear word or something?
Nah, it's 25 cents.
25 cents. Oh, okay.
Do you know how much I normally swear? If I did it on one of my YouTube videos, I'd end up owing a lot.
Yes, I can take a guess. Yeah.
It's part of my YouTube persona.
Yeah, but I can fix your swearing.
You know what? I could get myself a little.
We both can, can't we?
Yeah. Me and Farmer can fix your swearing problem.
Yeah.
Have you got one of the sensor things?
No, it's called a mute button.
Oh, you bastards! Don't pull that Oakley. Threatening me with an Oakley.
Yeah,
that's heinous.
Yeah,
that is heinous.
just when you're going to just when you're going to rebut something we say, we'll mute you, so you can't say it.
Did you say heinous?
Yep.
That's all right. I'm just checking.
Dave's waiting for us to press play.
I'm waiting for you to press play.
Universe that we still cannot answer, such as the question of origin of different things. But one of the more important questions is actually in regards to life. Where exactly did the life on planet Earth come from, and how exactly did it start? Because by finding the
42.
origin of life on our planet, we might be able to finally figure out if life can actually exist around other planets, other galaxies, and possibly around the universe as a whole. Because at the moment, even though the question is really simple, we still have trouble answering it. But because of studies like the ones we're going to be discussing today, we're slowly coming closer to that answer. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some of the very recent advances in the studies regarding RNA and the concept known as RNA world, the potential explanation to the origin of life, all life on our planet, and the potential explanation for how such life can actually, maybe, form on other planets. But to start, let's start with the basics. Inside everyone's bodies, and actually inside every single life cell on our planet, we obviously have things like DNA and RNA. And although a lot of you are probably familiar with the concept of DNA already, it's really what DNA creates that's a lot more important for our investigation that we're going to be talking about. All DNA molecules eventually create what's known as RNA molecules. In this case, we're talking about mRNA or messenger RNA. And these are basically chains of really complex molecules that kind of float around and eventually serve as a template to produce more complex proteins. Okay, let's try to visualize this using this amazing simulation from the University of Colorado that I've used for decades now. Here's the DNA molecule. Once in a while, this molecule is going to get a signal to create a new RNA molecule. And when this happens, another molecule attaches to the DNA and starts to create what we refer to as mRNA. So there it is, floating around, minding its own business. And by itself, that mRNA molecule right there literally represents the entire essence of life on our planet. Because as soon as it attaches to what's known as the ribosome, which is basically kind of like a printer device, the printer here is going to start producing what we refer to as a protein. This right here will then fold on itself, producing one of thousands of different proteins in our body. Or another way of thinking about this, if you were to imagine that you're a Lego structure, you contain approximately 80,000 to maybe 400,000 different Lego pieces, all produced in this relatively simple way. But the thing is, in theory, you don't even need a DNA at all. You can actually replicate everything just using the mRNA molecule, which then can maybe find its own way to self-replicate. As a matter of fact, there is a way for different RNA molecules to be created using other RNA, with certain bacteria even containing all the machinery needed for this. And so in theory, DNA is kind of redundant. It is important for life that's more complex, but for more simple life that's being developed, you don't technically need DNA. And because of this, for many decades now, a lot of microbiologists believe that life might have actually started from RNA itself that might have found a way to kind of self-replicate and eventually became more complex. This concept is known as the RNA world hypothesis, originally proposed by Alexander Rich back in the 60s. And since the RNA molecule and DNA molecule are pretty much the same in terms of molecular structures, there's really no reason to think otherwise. On top of this, since we've actually discovered all of these little pieces of RNA and DNA in different meteorites and a lot of other locations around the galaxy, it kind of makes sense to think that this could also maybe happen around other objects in a galaxy, with all of this maybe even being extremely common everywhere. So obviously, trying to figure out if RNA can find a way to self-replicate and to then evolve even is kind of important in order for us to try to understand the origin of life. As a matter of fact, the scientists even know that something called double-stranded RNA exists in nature as well, and this could have been that extra step that turned RNA molecules into DNA over time. On top of this piece right here that's basically responsible for creating the proteins, the piece known as the ribosome, is practically made out of RNA as well. So in theory, by taking RNA and by having it do a lot of different functions in a cell, you could kind of replace a lot of the function, creating an actual cell. At least in theory. But how do you prove this? In this case, you need to conduct experiments, and we know that many different experiments have actually reached success to some extent. And I think one of the most iconic experiments was actually conducted by this wonderful person, Saul Spiegelman, the molecular biologist responsible for some really important DNA techniques, who back in the 60s conducted a very interesting experiment using RNA and created what we refer to as the Spiegelman's monster, kind of like Frankenstein's monster, but in RNA. And his experiment was relatively simple. He borrowed some RNA molecules and certain machinery for the RNA replication from a typical bacteriophage, a virus that's essentially responsible for usually destroying different bacteria, while essentially removing all of the other machinery that would be present here otherwise. And he then placed all of this in a solution where he let these RNA molecules and the proteins responsible for their replication to evolve over time. And eventually this molecule started to actually evolve and change over time, shrinking and becoming smaller and smaller, eventually reaching the size that was approximately 1/20th of the original size, containing approximately 200 different pieces in it. And it stayed that way for a very long time, mostly because it was the most efficient and also the quickest way for the molecule to reproduce and to continue the process. So in other words, he created a kind of a miniature RNA world with nothing else needed in there. But obviously it lacked the complexity of a lot of other mechanisms inside the cells, so this was just a very interesting model. But this model inspired a lot of other scientists to continue the experiments for decades and decades, with the most exciting experiment conducted in the last decade being the one that we're talking about today from Japan. And the first step of this experiment started approximately a decade ago. Back in 2013, the scientists behind the original study developed an RNA molecule that also had an ability to create its own replication protein. And specifically, this RNA molecule would then create what's known as a replicase, which is a molecule that does exist in nature and many viruses use it actively, including the virus that's going around right now. With this then producing more copies of the RNA and then restarting the cycle. Although to make all of this work, they did have to borrow some of the ribosomes from some of the bacteria such as E. coli. In other words, not everything was created here originally. But what was interesting about this initial experiment is that they did create a system that would then self-replicate and would keep going for a very long time. And would even start showing signs of what you would call Darwinian evolution. So this was a pretty exciting experiment, but now they've conducted this for over 9 years and they reached a new stage. They've created a system that seems to create a lot of other, I guess you can call them organisms, or technically it's actually other RNA molecules that interact and co-evolve, with some even reaching more interesting roles. In this new experiment, their single RNA species that they started with first ended up evolving into something else. It created 2 different RNA molecules and also what seemed to be a parasite. With all this happening after only 120 cycles. But with time and with more cycles, things started to change even more. Within just 220 cycles, they already had 5 different types of molecules that seemed to do completely different things. I guess one way of saying this is that they developed 5 different species, although here we're just talking about molecules themselves. And interestingly enough, some of them were parasites, but some of them became very important for cooperation and collaboration. They even had at least one molecule that seemed to be really important for the development of everything else. They referred to it as a super cooperator. With all of this developing into more and more complex networks and essentially representing a kind of a miniature biological world. Although obviously an extremely simplified world, a world of molecules. With parasites and these collaborators being extremely intriguing, because by removing one of the parasites, the entire process actually stopped. It looked like some of these parasites that were just stealing the material from other molecules were also important for the process of replication. Or in other words, this entire chain became completely interconnected with everything depending on everything else. And it was obviously growing more and more complex over time. Which in essence proves that in this experiment, RNA was not really competing with each other as much as it was collaborating. And it was even relying on each other even though certain relationships were kind of parasitic. Which proves a very important point that RNA can definitely serve as a potential source of early life. It seems to be able to replicate and evolve and even become more complex over time, within just about 300 cycles. In other words, it could have been a very important step for that early life on planet Earth, and could have been that first step that life took on our planet in order to then evolve more complexity. But I guess interestingly enough, parasites seem to appear in every single case, and collaboration was essential for everything. And removing parasites from the equation also stopped everything, destroying the entire process. And that's maybe something to think about when we think about eliminating certain things from the biosphere. Anyway, off topic. This is obviously still not the answer to everything, because there are still certain problems here. For example, we know that RNA is very fragile, as is DNA, so for all of this to survive long term, something else would have to happen in order to protect these molecules. On top of this, the ribosome, was also included in this particular equation. But what created the ribosome? In other words, what created the thing that creates the RNA afterwards? Where exactly did this come from? Now we know that you can make ribosomes out of RNA, but they still have to come from somewhere. And that's actually where this other study comes in that was only released a few weeks ago as well, where the scientists presented a different kind of an idea. It's possible that the initial formation of life didn't just come from RNA, but it came from a kind of a mixture of RNA and what the scientists refer to as peptides. The chains of amino acids that essentially all of the proteins are made from. And in this study, by combining RNA molecules and those amino acids, they were actually able to show that certain RNA molecules in certain conditions could actually print the longer chains of these peptides, creating a chain that would become longer and longer over time. Not super long, but as a proof of concept, this is definitely interesting. In other words, by combining RNA and the amino acids, and again, all of these were actually found in different meteorites already, and by putting them in certain conditions, in theory, it's possible to create a self-replicating world where everything seems to operate without the need for anything else, and in theory, it could evolve over time. Although it's important to understand that these are two separate studies with two separate results. In other words, we still don't really know how ribosomes were created and how they interacted with the early RNA molecules in order to produce a self-replicating and self-evolving system. But because of these several studies in the last few years, it seems to be more and more likely that this is maybe how life started on our planet, eventually evolving complexity over time, and eventually producing more complexity, and maybe even creating what we refer to as a cell. Although how that happened is another question we'll be answering in some of the future videos, which by the way means that you should probably subscribe. Anyway, these two experiments are quite groundbreaking, and they almost definitively prove two important things. RNA seems to be that important step for the origin of life on any planet. And it looks like it's very possible for all of this to happen elsewhere, assuming the right conditions such as temperature, presence of water, and a lot of other things. But the only way for us to confirm all of this and to actually definitively be able to answer the question of origin of life is to go somewhere else and to find this on possibly another planet or another moon. And so by finding something there, we might be able to answer these questions once and for all. Until then though, it's still a hypothesis based on experimental evidence. But hopefully in the next few years, if we find some kind of extraterrestrial life somewhere in the solar system, we'll finally know exactly how all of this happened here on Earth. Until future studies and until future discoveries, thank you for watching. Share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership, or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, fascinating stuff.
Interesting.
Chemical soup.
The RNA is the basics, so that's where. Yeah, I'm lost after lost before that. So were we. Yeah. So we're all parasites. You're a parasite, Limey.
I'm fine with that.
I'm sure it's been called worse.
Yep. Most definitely.
Yep.
Doesn't Conspiracy Cats know a little bit about that field? 'Cause I know he was debating a few flat earthers or creationists about.
He may. He I think he teaches biology at school, doesn't he?
Yeah, I know he's a science teacher. I don't know whether he teaches all of them or you know a specific.
No, I think I want to say he got a specific degree in. I don't know. I think he got a degree in like physics, but he's actually teaching biology. I guess I don't know if you got a degree and then at least a similar degree. I guess science and at least the correct understanding for what you need to teach, you're allowed to or whatever. But I know he doesn't have the exact degree for what he's teaching, but his degree is in science still.
I know you would have gave.
Very smart man.
I know you would have gave us something about it anyway.
Mm.
If I'd have pre-thought it, I could have lined him up to duck in and. Try to plan that. Hello.
Yeah, he's recently completed writing a scientific textbook, which if all goes well, that's going to be in a lot of schools in the United States, I think.
All right, that's quite an achievement.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He has come on the panel a couple of times. In the past.
Yeah, smart man. He's funny as hell too.
Yeah,
I love his videos.
Yeah.
Space comma.
One time he come in here all hot and sweaty.
Oh, he'd just been to the gym, hadn't he? He'd been to the gym and I think we got him in between the gym and the shower.
Yeah.
Which is not a good place to get anybody, halfway between one and the other. It's just Good job it was virtual and not actually there because.
Yeah, we haven't got smell-o-vision yet.
Thank God for that.
Can you imagine if like technology had the ability, to transfer smells, and you were debating Riley? especially when he peed on stream. Ugh.
Well, they do have these very clever seats in the cinemas now. Well, certainly the one at Milton Keynes that I sometimes
they're like
go
odor
to.
eaters.
Well, these seats interact with the film, so they move and they rattle and they blow air in your face, and I think they also have some smells as well. They call it 4D, and I don't know why, because that's 4D, the fourth dimension's time. But anyway, they call it. I guess they weren't feeling very creative when they said, "What do we call these seats?" And my biggest problem was, you put in these seats, you took out the bar.
Well,
the showcase cinema that I occasionally still do use in Milton Keynes. It's in what they call Escape, where they've got the snow slope. And there were two, because like all these things, you've now got two branches and screens on either side. There were two screens that shared a common bar in the middle, and they had bigger. You had less seats in the screen. They were bigger, more comfortable, and you could go and have yourself a pint and sit down and enjoy a pint whilst watching the film. No, they got rid of all of that, so you could have seats that would wobble and shake about.
Yes.
So just as you're taking a sip of your drink, it goes,
I mean, to be fair, if you drink enough, you're going to wobble anyway, aren't you?
Well, I suppose so. I mean, couldn't drink that much because you had to drive to get there. But it's like no. Having a bar and then having two screens where there were no children because they weren't allowed was much more useful to, I think, just about everybody than having seats that shook about and sprayed things in your bloody face.
Yeah.
That'll get annoying after a while.
Yeah. Because bizarrely, they had like a bank. When they first put them in, you had a normal screen and you had a bank of 8 seats in the middle that did this. So everybody sat around them or just sat in ordinary seats. You could watch these poor buggers getting shaken about and all sorts of things. It was very bizarre. Who the hell wants that when you're watching a film?
A mega pint. What's a mega pint?
Oh, that's what Johnny Depp had, wasn't it? He had a mega pint, which is just like, I don't know, really good pint.
Yeah, like well, they're trying to make it as a bigger drink, but the problem is they're using a unit of measurement. It's like saying, "Oh, I ran a mega mile." It was like, which equates to 1.5 miles or some bollocks.
Yeah,
it's yeah. I mean, let's face it. That bloke, even though the Rottenborn, the bloke lawyer of Amber Heard's, he was once referred to as a rising star in some lawyer's publication. I don't know. I think he came across as really fucking dumb.
Yeah, I think who did. All of her team just seemed bloody useless. But
yeah. That Camille Vasquez, she is bloody great. She definitely knows what she's doing. She's going to go well far.
Yeah. Come on, then. Is the sun actually yellow?
I don't know. I'm partially colorblind.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, we forgot something.
Press play, please.
Hello. You've all seen that well-established typical child drawing of a nice green field with a beautiful blue sky and a lovely yellow sun in the top corner. Now the sun does appear to be yellow in the sky and sometimes orange or red during sunsets. But the sun isn't yellow or orange or red. It's actually white. And let me tell you why. The sun emits light from all wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum, from radio waves all the way through to gamma rays. And this of course includes all wavelengths of visible light. Now, all of the wavelengths of visible light combined give us a white colour. So from space you can clearly see that the sun has a white hue. However, here on Earth, the sun's light has an atmosphere to pass through. It just so happens that the Earth's atmosphere is very good at scattering the indigo, violet and predominantly blue wavelengths of light in all directions, which is why the sky looks blue. a phenomenon called Rayleigh scattering. However, it's not very good at scattering the yellow, orange and red colours, which means they can pass through the atmosphere a bit easier. This is why the sun looks yellow during the day and an orangey red at sunrise or sunset, where almost all the blue light has been completely removed due to a thicker portion of atmosphere it has to travel through. So next time you see a child's drawing with that lovely yellow sun in the top corner, tell them that the sun isn't really yellow and it's actually white because of Rayleigh scattering in the upper atmosphere. Only joking. Tell them it looks great, of course. I've been Simon Dan. This has been another Misconception Mini, and I'll see you next time. Subscribe here, definitely click that one. 100% click that one. And then more videos there. I mean, click that one as well if you want. I mean, they're there, so you may as well click them. That one's quite good. But, you know, equally that one too.
Click them all.
How are you going to tell the child's drawn the picture of the sun on a white piece of paper if it's meant to be white?
Well, it's not meant to be white when you're looking at it, you know, from Earth because of the atmosphere. So, you know, the kids can colour it yellow, red or orange and it's fine. As long as he gets the height right, you know, don't be doing it orange or red, you know, when it's at solar noon. That is not the right amount of colour for the right colour for the amount of atmosphere.
Yeah.
You know, how dare they even think of such a thing?
Is he saying we should lie to children?
Yes.
Well, we're not lying to children.
Yeah, but we do. We lie to children all the time.
Yeah, we teach them in stages because you know you're not going to start like friggin', you know, Riley always like gets this whole thing where, you know, like and well, a lot of the first, don't they, where you can't use Newton for gravity, and it works perfectly fine on Earth, and we teach the kids that because A, you can use it, and B, you can't teach a young child friggin', you know, theory of bloody relativity.
No,
it would confuse the shit out of them. It still confuses the shit out of me. You know.
Yeah.
Like as far as trying to, you know, where like, you know, you got the people that can literally calculate. I'm sure bloody Blue can like calculate, you know, the effect of, let's say, the sun's gravity on the moons that are orbiting a certain planet or something. Like that can all be calculated, and that, yeah, God, no, that blows my mind.
There's a reason we still use Newtonian physics, because it works.
Right, exactly. Like on Earth, you know, for building stuff here, and even for, you know, stuff we send into space, like
Exactly.
it works perfectly,
Yes.
doesn't it?
Yes. Everything that we do, certainly within our solar system, Newtonian physics works. That's why we teach it. That's why we use it, because it works.
And it's a much simpler equation, isn't it? Because that's the thing as well, is, you know, it's like a lot of the time we can use simplified equations because the margin of error is so minuscule that it's irrelevant, you know? So, yeah. Fair play. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to work while talking.
Oh, that's okay.
I should be, but I can't be asked.
Oh.
Look at Saturday.
You don't feel like anything, okay.
Well, be honest, the last few days I've not been in the right frame of mind. So
yeah, I was like that yesterday. Just, I don't know. Well, between I don't know, like my friggin' mental illness and bloody my back, I don't know. I've been having a lot more frequent bad days, and then like last night I managed to sleep from 1:30 until 3, and the night before was from like, I don't know, 3:30 till 4:30.
yeah, that'll screw you up.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel bloody shattered, and it's annoying because like I can notice it slowing down my productivity, you know, because I know my brain's not moving as fast as it should be, and it's pissing me off because I'm not getting stuff done as quick. But I don't know.
Need a reset.
Yeah, my body always does. Like, so the pain, like, so I'll go 3-4 days where I barely sleep, and then my body will shut down, and I sleep like the dead. Like, I can't be woken up, and I might sleep for like, I don't know, up to 14 hours, and then I wake up, my back is buggered because I've heavy slept in like a dodgy position, and then the lack of sleep starts over again. But I don't know. It's God, what's it? It's been 6.5 years of it, so I'm starting to get used to it, I think. You know?
Okay.
That's why I like being this angry bastard in my videos, because I get to release my frustration. On dozy bastards.
Blimey.
Yes.
Blue said play.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear.
TikTok is a strange app, and one in which I'm not entirely used to yet. I did, however, make a TikTok, and it once got over 3 million views. Yay!
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks,
but
Bob.
like with most things, it seems that the flat earthers have invaded TikTok, so it looks like we need to go over there as well.
You saying the P word? You saying the other P word?
No, I'm just saying, like, can you just imagine how much it must suck to have spent 20 grand on something because you're absolutely sure the Earth is stationary, and then it picks up the exact drift that we, tell them it does.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my goodness, I almost feel bad for them, but it's too funny to pity them anymore.
I don't even know if there's been a response from Bob after that. I've never heard anything.
No, they just did not. Well, he was trying to say it was the heaven energies at one point,
Yes.
like the ether. It's the same as well, like Jeranism, isn't it? Like, because he did that one, like where, if the bloke held the light down here and they could see it, it was flat. If he had to hold it up for them to see it, it was curved. And obviously the bloke had to hold it way above his head for them to see it. And he's just gone and ignored that, Yeah,
well, Bob compounded it because he then put out a video. There was him and Nathan Thompson sat at this desk, and he's got this machine and the computer, and he's actually trying to replicate everything and do everything again, and he's showing exactly the same thing. And I've got a funny feeling that in that video, it also picked up. I think it picked up the orbit of the Earth around the sun. I think it was that. I might be getting me wires crossed here, but he showed it again for the second time, and it was still doing the same thing because it would.
No, we have a video about it too. Press play, Terry.
To give them a thorough debunking. Two. Right, back to today's video where, as I said earlier, we are going to review some of the flat earthers of TikTok. I do not know what I'm going to find, so in the words of Short Round, hold on to your potatoes, this is going to be good. So this is footage from an amateur rocket, and it's actually a very well-known clip. In a minute, they think that this rocket is going to hit the dome. Let's continue. Now, obviously this clip has been sped up, and the rocket actually spins because of the fins at the bottom. This is done to stabilise the rocket and make it fly straighter. Okay, the TikTok account was called We Have Been Lied To. Of course it was. That was not the rocket hitting anything, I'm afraid. That was the moment that a yo-yo de-spin was initiated. Two cables with weights on the end shoot out from the nose of the rocket, which stops it from spinning once it's reached its desired orbital height. That is what is really happening here. No dome, nothing. Moving on to our next TikTok.
Alright, in this video, the sun and the moon are straight across from each other. Thus, the earth's not in between them. So you tell me how this moon is not full. The moon's supposed to be a reflection of the sun, supposedly.
Well, Zach Gillam, the moon obviously orbits the Earth. And because of its position in its orbit, we can clearly see that the moon is in one of its quartus phases. And this is how that would look. So if you're stood in the US, you can see how it's possible to have the moon look like that and be in the sky at the same time as the sun. Sorry, Zach, but you are wrong. Moving on, let's have a look at our next TikTok.
The sun. The sun is a revolving sphere. It has a diameter of 32 miles and is located approximately 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth.
Oh my days, is this the Flat Earth Simulator? I wanted to get this, but I couldn't get it on my Mac. 32-mile diameter, hey? And 3,000 miles up? Okay, well that gives us a distance 93 times larger than its diameter. Whereas over here, in reality, the sun's distance is 107 times larger than its diameter. That means that your flat Earth sun should be looking a very different size in our sky.
The sun's area of light is similar to the spotlight of a searchlight. This means that only certain portions of the Earth are illuminated at a time. It also describes how night and day arise on a flat Earth.
Yes, but if an area isn't illuminated by a spotlight, you can still see that spotlight from an unilluminated area. So that begs the question, why can't we see the flat Earth sun at night time?
The apparent view of rising and setting are caused by perspective. Just as a flock of birds overhead will descend into the horizon as they fly into the distance.
Yes, because you witnessed that on a globe. A horizon on a flat Earth would look entirely different.
Together with the moon, the sun rotates around a mysterious central point of rotation.
A mysterious central point of rotation. Well, that's it. That sold it for me. A mysterious point of rotation indeed. What a joke. Meanwhile, we know exactly what drives the sun and the planets and their movements, and that is, of course, gravity. Next TikTok, please.
Wait. Wait. Wait.
What?
Ah, I see. You're trying to be clever and funny at the same time. Doesn't suit a flat earther, that, I'm afraid. Anyway, let's have a look again. Space is minus 360 degrees. Yeah, okay, space is generally cold. Near Earth, by the way, it can get to about 10 degrees, but that's by the by. Next, the sun is 93 million miles away. Correct. Next, it's pitch black in space. Well, it's not. You can always see something. Even if you're in interstellar space, you'd still see stars. But the sun skips all that, then lights and heats Earth all the way up. Oh dear. This has actually got to do with all of the particles, or specifically how many particles there are in space. There aren't enough particles in space to absorb the sun's radiation and make that area warm. The Earth has an atmosphere and hence can absorb the sun's radiation and therefore warm. Now you look silly, don't you? Wait. Next, please.
If you think the Earth is a globe, stop
This is for all
scrolling.
you globe people. That's the moon right there. And you see how the light is shining off those clouds? If that was really outer space, 27 million billion light years away.
27 million billion light years away. If I'm not mistaken, that's 27 quadrillion light years. Slightly further than the 384,000 kilometers that the moon is away from Earth. 27 quadrillion light years is significantly larger than the observable universe. Good start.
It should be space lighted up between the clouds too, shouldn't it? It's dark out here. Them clouds over there too, you can't see them. But it's casting the goddamn shadow on these clouds right here. I think this right here is local, man. The moon and the sun has to be local, because if that was the case, if it wasn't the case, outer space would be lit up.
Oh no, not this again. The thing is, the moon is local if we're talking about the whole vastness of space. And it is of course reflecting the sun's light. Only about 11% of the sun's light, but of course the moon is 400 times closer to the Earth than the sun is.
Let me know what y'all think.
What I think is that flat earthers shouldn't be all up in physics business trying to prove it wrong. As usual, they're out of their depth, but it's okay. They've done research. Okay, on to our final TikTok.
Sometimes referred to as a holy mountain or the tree of life. The first big red pill you're gonna have to swallow is that beyond all these dimensional fields of energy from where we are now, in our northern and southern extremities, are other extraterrestrial lands inhabited by other extraterrestrial civilizations.
Is this the cosmic egg theory? Different planes, different civilizations? Crazy stuff.
This is what we might call extraterrestrial outer and inner space. Extraterrestrial outer and inner Earth. I know, it sounds crazy, just bear with me. Each of these four-dimensional rings of Earth have their own lunar, solar systems and seasons, and their own sun and moons, which would be our current 7 wandering stars.
But hang on, my maths isn't what it used to be. 3 other systems, each with a sun and moon, equals 6. Not 7.
Saturn and Jupiter being the solar sun and lunar moon of the outermost ring, domain or realm of Earth.
Okay, that's 2.
Mars and Venus being the solar sun and lunar moon of the next concentric domain of Earth inside that. This Mars and Venus domain would be the main realm beyond our southern Antarctic boundary and the Aurora Australis electromagnetic field.
Okay, so that's 4. And of course we can see those luminaries in the other civilizations or realms, but we can't go to those realms. Gotcha.
Then, of course, we have our own solar sun, Apollo, and lunar moon, Artemis, in this domain.
That's 6. Where's Mercury? Come on, mate, if you're going to do something, at least do it properly. Well, there we go. Overall, an utterly poor showing from the flat earthers of TikTok there. Can't say that I'm surprised. But for now, we are all done and dusted on another Flat Earth Friday. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know if you want me to do more of those flat earthers of TikTok. They were quite enjoyable. But for now, thank you so much for watching. It truly is appreciated. If you could consider subscribing to the channel if you enjoyed that. As I say, we're pushing for 500,000 subscribers. And if you really like to hit that like button as well. Thank you. Just enough time to once again thank Kamakoto for sponsoring today. Remember, for an additional $50 off their already vast amount of offers, then go to www.kamakoto.com/SimonDan or click the link in the description and use the code SimonDan to get your discount. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great...
We don't need to use that.
No.
This TikTok seems to be a new toy for people. Not for Simon, I mean for people putting things on there.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of people we know are going to spread their flat earth bollocks.
Well, that's your opinion, Sean. There we go.
Yep.
Limey's muted.
Damn it! It's because I was
Limey.
typing away. Yeah, sorry.
We can mute. We can mute Limey for you, Blue, if you want.
Oh, I said he was muted.
Yeah, no. So what I was saying to myself is,
Did you
yeah,
say
Riley
self?
in one
Did you
comment
say self?
section. Yes. Riley in one comment section, said that they were on TikTok targeting children to teach them about the flat Earth.
Yes.
Which to me is not only disgusting, but I consider that grooming still.
Well, even worse, he claimed that he was pretending to be a teenager.
Yeah. Says he was pretending to be a little kid. I think he said 12, not even a teenager.
Oh, I didn't realise it was quite that young. But yes, he was. He now whether he meant
And he
it or he's
didn't
just
see a
taking the
problem
piss.
with it.
Well, yeah, but you can never tell whether he's actually being serious or not, can you?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it could just have been a wind up to get everybody outraged because they're the sort of
Yeah.
idiots who would do that.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, to go on a service that is primarily used by kids. I
Mm.
mean, TikTok is,
Yeah.
it's where the kids go. And then to pretend to be one yourself and say, "Oh, we're talking to our teacher in school today," and blah blah blah, because that's what he was claiming.
Yeah, saying they couldn't answer the questions.
Yeah,
He's
utter
so full of
bollocks.
crap. I think Cat's one of his videos. He caught Spurs Chemo, trying to tell the kids that the Earth was flat, and
Yes.
I proper ripped him a new one. Oh, it was brilliant.
Oh
wasn't
yes,
it?
that was good.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. You know what? I kind of want to go watch that again now. It was awesome. Did I show you guys my video that I did of cats?
If you've got it there ready to press play.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
1,
I was
2. Time's up.
I just got to pull it up on a web thing because it's on my
Once it doesn't
channel.
go more than a few minutes.
Oh, it's very short. Very short. My computer would move. Come on. All right, where's me?
But you're there.
All right.
Sure, turning off the living room aircon.
Well, that wasn't me.
Oh.
It was a few months ago, so before all that.
We'll have to cherry pick some of your other videos one day.
Yeah, I've got a couple. I've got some good short ones too. I got my rendition of "'Twas the Night Before Christmas."
Yeah, Blue's out of the peanut gallery. He's saying, Sean Hawkins, that won't work. You're like me. You're already boring.
Boring.
Ah, here it is. All right. Hang on. All right, so mute that. Where's my OBS? Cool. So you guys can see this okay?
If I pin you, we'll see if it works. There, we can see.
All right.
So will we be able to
it's
hear?
Gonna be. Yeah, you might be able to hear an echo too, because I've got to play it through desktop audio, and it will obviously hear you guys as well. Hopefully you can hear it.
If it doesn't work, just put give me the link for it, and I'll.
Okay. All right. Let me know if you can hear it. It makes noise straight away.
Nope.
No.
No.
Damn it. Right. What the flying fuck? No, sorry, language. Actually, I want that open, don't I?
I don't know. Have we ever tried to do this? Play a video through? I don't think we have.
Well, you can click the link and it'll just open it.
Oh, you put it
on
in the
webpage,
internal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it.
All right, Christy.
At least we'll have sound.
Huh?
I said
At least we'll have sound.
At least we'll have sound.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that, because it's working on It's working on the gravity video, isn't it?
Nah.
Is that still working?
Nah.
No sound.
No sound.
Are you just messing with me?
No.
Just
It
checking.
never did work.
Just checking. Zebulon, that's the quietest I ever heard Limey. Cheeky.
You're gonna have to play around with your sound to figure out what your problem is.
Yeah, my OBS has been pissing me off anyway. Like every now and then, it's been crashing and just killing my stream. And
Well, it depends on also what you're telling the Zoom to feed in from your microphone as well.
That's very true. I think I've got it just for my mic. I would have had to change it to
default audio,
virtual cable probably, or yeah.
Default.
Yeah, damn it.
Oh well, we'll make this the last one.
All right, is it going to let you do it?
Of course it will.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Wow.
This one took ages. It was a lot of keyframing, and it's a very short video, and it took me like a week and a half. This was back when I barely knew how to edit as well, so I was still learning.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
I'm Limey Play, and today I'm here to talk about things of an extremely grievous nature. Recently, it has come to our fair community's attention that one of the more detestable of the Flat Earth movement had decided to take his show on the road. His destination was TikTok. Now, under normal circumstances, most of us would probably, just think that it's him attempting to spread his deluded message on another platform. Certainly, even though the spread of scientific misunderstanding and misinformation is very wrong, it wouldn't have been a cause for any of us to lose sleep. It wouldn't have been as bad as things are. For these are not normal circumstances. No, not one bit, because as we know now, back then, he's been posing as a child in order to try and interact with other children and push his narrative. It's beyond disgusting. In fact, we have been able to obtain some footage of Lily doing just this, but before we show it, please be warned, this is not for the faint of heart.
Here we are, children. Come and get your lollipops.
And if that wasn't bad enough, it seems that other flat earthers have been following Leaky's lead. Now, recently, Spurs Chemo was caught, I guess you might say, trying to engage with children in order to try and convert them to the flat earth mindset. Luckily, our very own Conspiracy Cats was able to intervene and promptly show just how little scientific understanding Spurs Chemo actually has. Now, many people, including myself, were unable to see this live, but luckily for you, we have been able to create this reconstruction.
Cat's eye.
Earth, what are you doing?
A little help!
I got him.
Wait for it. I think personally, I think Cat's face suits the Hulk really well.
I'm a flurf, you dull glober, and I will not be taught science by the likes of...
Oh, the sound keeps breaking up. I don't know if that's just on my end. Or...
No, it must be your end.
Gripping stuff. Well, that's all from me here today. Thank you very much for having me on, Johnny. Back to you. Yeah, I did that for Johnny O's channel. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to need to start redoing some old videos, I think, now that I can edit better.
Yeah, the graphics was good.
Well, yeah, because I stole it from the Avengers. You know,
Well, yeah.
it's very little of it was me. It's like my channel trailer. I nicked that from the Avengers as well.
Well, I got nothing else for you. We've been going for only 4 hours, so we better.
Yeah.
We better. You know what?
Yeah, you ain't done bad.
Paul
You
needs
ain't
his
done
beauty
bad.
sleep, so we better sign off.
I do.
Me too.
I'll
I think
see
I'm
you.
gonna
See you next
take a
fortnight
nap.
then, Paul.
Yeah, right.
Sean wants a cats and chemo video or a link for it.
It's
anyway.
on Katz's channel. It's it's a longer video, like an average length video, but it's when Katz. I think it happened on Discord. I think that's where Spurs, got
it. It was in Gem Panda's server.
Oh, okay, yeah, and Katz destroyed him. It's brilliant. It's worth a what. If you want, Terry, I can shoot it to you on Discord. For you to watch.
Well, Sean,
at your leisure. I'll send it to Sean on Discord as well.
Yeah,
if Sean wants
or
it.
put it out there in the live chat for him. Or over on the Discord, either.
Yeah, I've got him on Discord as well. Like it's on Conspiracy Cat's channel. Just gotta track it down.
Cat's had a couple of fairly interesting encounters with chemo in Gem's Discord server, because there is one, and I know somebody's put this out, and I don't think Cat's put it out. Somebody else put it out. But Katz was asking chemo a question, and I can't remember what the question was, but he said, "Oh yeah, of course, that's right,
that's the one I'm talking about."
And Katz basically said, "You're googling it, aren't you?" No, not at all, not at all. As he's buying time,
stalling.
Yeah. And then when you Google what he'd been questioned, what he'd been asked, he's quite obviously reading the very first response on Google, word for word, and he said, "No, I haven't Googled it,"
Yeah. No, you didn't Google it. No, you didn't.
But when he's Googling it, because he stalls for time.
Yeah.
Because he's desperately, and he's trying to find the answer. Oh yeah. No, yes, I can give you that answer. Yes, of course, yes. And he's tapping. Bless his heart. So bloody.
Everett did a clip as well.
That's probably what I'm thinking of. Everett doing the.
Yeah, you know what?
He tends to grab all these things. He's good for that. Is Everett?
Yeah, I might have to go through Everett's and have a look too.
Yeah, there's some real gems on Everett's channel. I mean, he puts out a lot of stuff, and some of it's some of it's good, and some of it's just
Yeah, I think for me it depends if I'm in the mood, because obviously. Like he doesn't do his own sort of reaction, does he? He uses clips and stuff, and sometimes it's bloody brilliant. But I think it more depends on what mood I'm in.
Yeah, I can get that. I'm just surprised Everett hasn't got more followers than he has. I really am, because he really does dig up some utter nonsense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he finds some good stuff. He's found so many flat earthers that I've never heard of.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know. Like it's like he's got a friggin' fucking metal detector set for dumb somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, we tried scraping the bottom of the barrel and we come to a dead end, but I don't know. He's found it.
Right, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like where do you look?
Well, look at the Flat Earth. He's gone to Facebook and all that. Even.
Oh yes, that's one place, because I know Simon Dan, like that's where he checks a lot of his stuff is Facebook, because you find a lot on there. I guess it takes some of them a while to graduate to YouTube, transfer their college credits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to, because just searching like their names is not bringing it up, so I'm just gonna have to scroll through the channels. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thanks Thanks for Infondle, Leonard Perfect Mind, Zeblon, Rupert Cow, Blue Marble Science, Sean Hawkins, Zeblon. Got to scroll up. Oh, the Triggered Limey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
That sexy bastard.
The Biggest Doggers. To scroll up. Stewie, John Rapp, Truth Nerds, Dora, Dave Cannabis. I'll just scroll up further. S. Thurston II, Clive, Biggest Doggers, Stevie B. Who else we got out there? I'm running out of people. Who did I miss out on? Well, Carl wasn't there. Judy wasn't there.
Judy Bassett was in right at the start.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
Crumpy, I've gone.
Did you mention Dora, who's had to run away?
Yeah, Dora had to go.
Cool.
TT guy was out there, but couldn't say anything. Could only do text. Hope you get better, TT, if you're still listening.
Yeah.
That's as far as I can go. That's everyone that I've got. Oh, M2M. Space Matt wasn't here. The bugger. He's hiding out there.
Yeah.
Listening in. Okay.
Lurkio.
Did they send a link? Sean, Zebulon's saying to Sean, I couldn't find it either.
Yeah, I'm still looking.
Hey, there's no video on Cat's channel with Pekismo in this title or whatever. I don't know. It's a bit of a homework one, that one. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll just have to dig through it, or you know, if you guys want to, you can look through it yourselves.
Paul, you haven't got your name filled out, so you're still KP.
Yeah.
How
What's that
long?
stand for?
Farmer's Boy, do you remember roughly how long ago it was?
I was going to fill it out, but then I thought, no, I'll text
Less than a year ago, isn't it?
The scientist of the day was.
I'm fairly certain it's less than a year ago.
I just can't remember if it was like late last year or early this year.
I'm thinking it was 3 or 4 months ago.
Ah, cool. Thank you, Blue. You know what I haven't looked at is the
Can somebody
channel.
type the answer to me internal, in case they know?
What's that, Terry?
Oh, what? Oh. No, nothing. I didn't say anything. Let me think if I can remember it, Paul. Something to do with drinking juice bottles with the little straw in. Oh yeah, poppers. And the person's name that was out in the side chat, but spelt different. Carl Popper. There you go. Thanks, Carl Popper.
Yeah.
I didn't get any help. I swear. Thanks, Limey. Thanks, Farmer's Boy. Thanks, Farmer's Boy. Thanks, Farmer's Boy.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thanks, Big Blue.
Thank you. And a good day to all you beautiful bastards.
And it's good night from him, and it's, what is it? Good, how does it say?
It's good night from me, and the other guy says, and it's good night from him.
Yeah, that's it.
And it's good nap for me.
All right, night panel. Night
Fair
Peanuts.
Night Peanuts.
Night Peanuts. Night Terry.
Night Blue.
Bye.